I'm in. Let's go. Mic check. 1, 2. Two Legit City on the mic. People of chat, we are back with the Prehistoric Planet DLC. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. All right. So it is cycle 111. We need to finish up our saltwater storage. And then build everything inside. I could reach here, right? We need to be able to build that. Outside of that, we're still making blast shots. Trying to keep everything cool with spot cooling with ice. And then food's good. We got some stuff. Spawn's good too. It's doing all right. Did I manage to fix disables? I'm not gonna fix it just because of how there are people out there that are just kind of like predatory. They want me to fix it and then they're gonna steal the design and then post it and then be like, hey man, I made this. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want that to keep happening, so we kind of just leave this alone. But yeah, we're not gonna do anything with the ranches today. Hey, Domino's coming in with the 32 months. Thank you so much for the long time support. I see you over there, Domino's. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the remote 20 times ad free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. I have a modified version. I know what I need to do. But the fact that this design is already out there, I'm kind of mad because the solution is really straightforward. I know what it is I need to do. It's like, at this point, it's like someone else is going to probably figure it out. Because the addition you have to make with this is pretty straight. It's just that you can't make it perfect. That's the only real problem with these guys right now. You can't make a self-sustaining perfect design, which is kind of a pain. I feel like it makes sense why they did it like that. They don't want you to have like one design solves all the problems, which kind of sucks because, you know, that's what we want to make. Appreciate you, Domino's. Hope you're doing well, man. What's good with you? Happy Tuesdays. All right, so let's just not think about that stuff. We're just gonna leave that alone. What are we gonna do? So I think we need to get to the surface today. We're still gonna be making more of the intercosmic blast shots, but we need to get to the surface and probably, well, how do we want to do it though? How do we want to do this? All right, so I think we just have to shoot this down, right? Now, the thing with this is that if we're going to have steel up here, I mean, we're going to have metal meteors, right? So we're going to want steel. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to protect ourselves, all right? So I need to be able to make steel first, I'm thinking. All right, we don't have a kiln. We'll probably need to make that for the refined metal. I mean, refined carbon that we're going to need. I'm probably going to put it in here because I do want this area to kind of warm up. Right? Like, we have this. A lot of the tiles are still cold. We want to warm it up so that the ice melts instead of getting harvested. Like, that's always going to be better, right? So we should try to do that. Next thing we're going to probably want to do is get up to the surface somehow. I see a lot of people have an open air concept and build a lot of the builds that is a design choice, or is it because it's just easier? And how do you add more floors? if you just got emptiness. So a lot of the times, there's two trains of thought. You either do a open base because you have good mastery of the game, and that also means when you run into a problem, you have to deal with it, right? Versus if you run a closed base, that takes a lot more work, but when you make a closed base, it's a lot easier. The usual factor with it is if you could get suits pretty fast, right? So Atmos suits, that's usually going to be the big thing. Another thing is that if you're not planning to play for a long time, the closed base setup doesn't really have that much worth, because it's only maximized if you play for long periods of time. And the reasoning is because when you're playing the closed base, you're dumping oxygen only inside that area. And if you're using suits to leave, your spawn doesn't have to be that effective, right? Because in an open base, you're populating the entire planet with oxygen. Versus a closed base, it would be the size of your base, right? Your dining hall, bedrooms, bathrooms. And then you have suits, and then everything is outside, right? So what happens is that if you have a situation where you have too much CO2, you don't really care about that. The CO2, you know, goes up to here. It doesn't matter. You're in suits anyways. So you don't have to deal with it. If you have a good enough of a liquid lock system, even something like a geyser being open that's like 500 degrees is really not that bad. And you have more time to deal with it. The thing with closed base, though, is that you have to sacrifice the early game. Because one of the things that is really slow in this game is anything with the word insulated in it takes forever to build, whether it's insulated tiles, insulated gas pipe, insulated liquid pipe. Like, it's worth it, but there is some part of the game you have to have knowledge of, and that is, not only do you need to be able to make a spawn, you need to be able to cool it, right? And if you can't do that within a reasonable amount of time and find a water source, you're kind of in a bad situation, right? Where you don't have time to make that, you know, insulated setup. But of course, and that's just a fair warning. You're free to play the way you want. But it's like, I just want to put that out there. For the most part, though, I think the biggest reason why you see a lot of people not really do that anymore is because the changes to suits. It used to be a thing where if you got enough suits for your dupes, you didn't have to repair it. But now that you have to repair the suits, you need a renewable source of reed fiber. Or whatever it is. You can get the feathers from this guy now. But basically, because you have to repair the suits, it's a little bit harder to really like maintain. Because back in the days, we would have something called thimble reed. And the problem with it is the temperature range is pretty bad, 15 degrees. What you would do is you would just feed this with your toilet water for the first like 20 cycles. And then its growth rate is 2. So you do that, you get like, you know, basically reed fiber every 2 days. You get 10 reed fiber, that's 10 suits, you're good for the game. You don't use reed fiber for anything else outside of like paintings. So it became a thing where you grew enough, got rid of it, didn't have to deal with the plant anymore, because that's a lot of water consumes. And then you were good. Is a steam vent a viable amount of water for a spawn? It depends. So in this game, you have something called variable amount. Your eruption period and the entire total of the entire dormant active cycle is going to vary, and your amount's going to vary. You could go anywhere, like from a water geyser standpoint, not a steam vent. A water geyser like this could be anywhere between 6 kgs and 12 kgs per second. right? But then it balances out on the eruption period, active period as best as it can, but there is a range. So you need to understand that it depends. So you're going to want to analyze it and get this value right here, average output. You see the analysis is complete here. So you're going to want to try to find the geyser, analyze it, and then you should be able to find out. Because the reasoning is the average output, you need 1,000 grams per electrolyzer, right? So if the average output's 2,000, that's 2 forever that you're going to be able to support. Yeah, it's one of those games where it's not roguelike by design, but because the nature of the game, it kind of feels like it is. Just because of how it works, right? It's a game where you really, honestly, want to constantly... Let me move this in here. You want to constantly restart with the knowledge. And it's knowledge checkpoints, not so much it's like, you know, have to unlock anything. It's literally just figuring out, oh, I could do this earlier. Oh, I could do this now. Oh, I would have had this setup if I knew about it. And then you're like, man, I kind of want to restart. That's literally every person that plays this game. So if you get that feeling, don't feel bad. It's kind of expected. Plus, you need to factor in the output of the desalinator unless it's like PO2 straight water geyser. Yeah, that's true too. The a certain percentage of this is converted into salt, right? Because when you run it through a desalinator, because in our cases specifically the desalinator, as polluted water is closer to like 1%, right? 1% loss is barely anything, but you can see that out of 5 kgs, you have like, what is this? 7% loss, depending on if it's salt water or brine, right? You have 7% loss, and then you have, I think this is what, 10? Something like that? No, not 30. Something like, it's a higher loss percentage. I'm not doing the good math right now. But yeah, for the most part, you do want to calculate for that. Polluted water has only a 1% loss. It's not as much, but it off gases too, so there's a minor loss there. I was watching the guy, I think someone recommended. I'm gonna be real. It probably wasn't me. I don't remember making any recommendations to anyone. Oh, you got the Borderlands badge from watching it. Did they have another Twitch event? Dude, Twitch has these like watch parties, and I feel like they just pop out of nowhere sometimes. Like, I like it, dude, when they have the watch parties and they're watching like old school TV shows, and then everyone gets to like spam all the memes in chat. It's a great time. I remember when they were doing the Pokemon watch-a-thon. Dude, it was so funny, dude. I don't know why. Yeah, it's like, it just pops up, man. It just pops up. We got the people in ads. We'll see you guys in a sec. All right, we got this. We got to make refined carbon. We will have to use peat here. Feels bad. Let's make 50 of these. Hopefully it's not that much peat. It is a lot more that we have to cook. I did recommend... Oh, no, they're probably getting hit by ads, right? All right, so we're just going to be waiting here. Going to be making some refine so we can get steel. We don't have this connected. We're still making these. I guess we're not really too worried on steel yet. I should have a rock crusher, right? I got to make lime. We have 7, I guess. Pelky shell molt. We get 1. All right, we have no lime. That's gonna be fun. All right, so we kind of have to make a Pacu farm for that reasoning. Okay, I guess that's what we'll do today. We'll try to do a Pacu farm. Tea dirt goes into the sea comb. That's pretty good. What about the fossil? What fossil? There's a fossil? Oh, the fossil down here. You're right. I forgot about that. I forgot we found that. Maybe we could do that for lime. I forgot that's on the map now. It's been so long, boys. Yeah. It's been so long. All right, so we're gonna do this. I still want to make a Pacu ranch, though. I want to do the new lure plants and the new jawbones at some point. But yeah, that is something we will want to do. All right, so for now, I think we're just gonna try to do the ancient specimen right here. The problem is that we can't breathe. At the same time, I think we could do something like this. And then we could get rid of the algae diffuser right there. All right, we're gonna let this accumulate a little bit of oxygen and speed this up. And then we were grabbing the slime from down here. We were also trying to grab the brine too, if we could. Yeah. What's going on, D Mayor? Welcome in. I see you over there. How are you? I feel like the dupe's gonna jump on the ledge and get stuck, man. Yeah, that's another thing. Once you understand how things work in this game, Paragon, that is one of the best things to know about in this game. Once you know a little bit more of the specifics, you could you'll understand that you could do that with gases too, and then you could use that as a way to delete stuff on command. It's just something that you gotta learn in time. But yeah, you'll get there. For the most part, I think I did recommend telling you to go check out Infinite Storage. I remember that now. I didn't recommend a person to watch. I just said, hey man, you gotta check out Infinite Storage. It's really nice. It was one of those things I was like, dude, you should really look into this, because it's like one of the things in the game right now you really gotta, you know, check out, because it's gonna change the way you think when playing this game. All right, so we're doing that. You know what we should make today? Today's probably a good day to make this. We are going to make infinite solid storage. We'll do it right here. It is time, boys. It's time for the infinite solid storage. We'll just do that design, ladder in the middle, pass through. Everything works. All right, we'll set that up. We'll go over how that works in a little bit. Infinite solid storage is nice, man. It's top tier. I'd highly recommend it. Okay. If they're idle, they could start doing the bottle drainer with the water down there. I need to get rid of the CO2, right? But then there's this weird choke point where the CO2 is just accumulating right here. It feels bad. Yeah. Yeah, man. I made a video that went over that. Yo, man. If you're watching my videos, Paragon, shout out to you. Man, I'm thinking auto bottle is enabled. It's just low priority. So it's only something they do when they're idle, right? Because I don't want them focusing on this. It's just something to do if they have time. You don't like using oxygen mask? No. You breathe out. You breathe out with the oxygen mask, and a lot of times that's bad. So when you're going through a drop block like this, you could breathe out on it and then it breaks it. And then if you're trying to make a vacuum room, right? I don't have to explain for that. Oh, digging down with the early game? Yeah, I still don't do that because it requires you to have a spawn, right? I just got that. But I already dug out the bottom because that's where I got my water source. Like, I could have done it, but I didn't. So I don't like using power to do stuff like pumping air that's in the open air and then pumping that into an oxygen mask. That feels very wasteful. I wait until I get a spawn because you have to pump it out of the spawn anyways, in which case you'll have it in a pipeline and then you can make the upgrades. That makes a lot more sense to me. It's just, yeah, that specific thing, right? Where it's like, you could do it. I just feel like it's a waste of power because like that early on, you really don't need to do that. You're going to have a dupe having to run the wheel the entire time it's pumping. And then that allows another dupe to go down. And then you start having dupes that just like the area down there and they'll wear oxygen masks just to idle down there. That's got to be the most annoying thing. When the dupes are like, I like this spot. I don't care if I have to wear a suit or mask to hang out there. And then they usually just hang out there, idle, not doing anything. I'm like, what? He's taking my... Oh my god. Yeah, I hate that, dude. They need a... I want them to have like an idle zone. Like a set room they go to when they're idle. I wanted that to be the rec room for the longest time. I mean, I haven't directly asked the devs, but like for the longest time I've wanted that. It's so annoying, dude. It's like, oh my god, I don't have enough suits. I gotta wait another 3 days for the reed fiber. And then you're waiting and you see Oshkon just chilling there doing the finger guns with Stinky, and they're kind of just chilling. And they're like, oh, dude, my efficiency just went down the drain. These guys. Yeah, I highly recommend not using power early on. The only thing I recommend using power for is literally here. Oxygen generation and science. Nothing else. It's cycle 100. I'm still using outhouses. I don't have sweepers yet, right? I use bottle drainers instead of pumps. And then when you need metal, you know, you'll do that when you need it. But like, you realistically don't want to stockpile too much early on, unless it's food and oxygen. It's just because you don't want to do a lot of burning of the resource, right? Smart battery is going to be the one thing you're going to really want. And then the second thing is dealing with the gas. If you don't have good layout for your base, you're going to get gas bubbles like this, right? Gas bubble choke point. When you have a choke point, right, it doesn't go all the way down when it should. And then you have this thing where it's like they can't really breathe in there. That kind of sucks. And then that makes it so that you can't add oxygen because it's too many gas. It's just a lot easier to deal with later on. All right, so on this setup, all we got to do is click on the door, default, change that, copy paste. They cannot go through anymore. They have to hop up and over. We're going to change this sweep only. Agriculture, cultivatable soil, or filtration industrial. I think everything here instead of liquefiable. Medicine, or miscellaneous, organic. Nothing that off gases, please. I don't want none of that there. Power banks, sure. Raws, seeds, refined. These don't rot. I think we should be okay. All right. Pump this down to 4. And then once we're ready, we're going to copy this over. No. Lab is... in the normal world, what the oxygen not included universe calls the lab is scenario mode. It's probably the closest thing to that. The lab is a set scenario that is otherwise not intended for normal gameplay. So it's basically the playground for the developers to have like a weird setup. Yeah, no eggs and no sublimiters. So I wouldn't recommend it. If you want to test stuff out, game options, sandbox tools, turn down your autosave. And then there's a button here. You want to click sandbox mode, and then you get a menu of stuff. And then it becomes creative mode in Minecraft. Yeah, I would recommend playing it once you're getting some experience down and you can run a normal colony, because it's really going to push you. Some of the situations are very unique that you would normally not run into, like the gold hydrogen setup. A lot of people didn't know how to deal with that. I looked at that, I'm like, oh, that's easy. What do you mean? That's easy. The gold hydrogen setup? Come on now. I saw that. I was like, this is not that bad. I thought that was pretty interesting, though, that they had like a setup like that. And then there was the... Yeah, I don't want to spoil too much. But it was fun. It was fun times. All right, so are we pumping here? What's happening, man? There's a lot of water. Oh, 690. The buildings can't flood, so it's fine. It's more so it's like a lot of players kind of complain to the point that once you've beaten the game, it's not that bad. In the sense that it's like you want more. Right? So it's like, how else do you really add a little spice to the game, for lack of better words, without, you know, compromising the normal gameplay? And that's unique situations. It's kind of like how there's legendary Pokemon that you have to, like, go out of your way, and they have a little icon in the overworld that normally Pokemon don't have. Right? And they're legendary, you know? And it's like, that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like that. Alright, we're gonna need some lime. We're gonna get steel at some point. 99, I guess. Yeah, there's debug. Debug mode is weird. You're good. You have to kind of really know how to use debug mode. I would recommend sandbox mode for new players. Man, this all breaks, huh? What is this automation? I wish there was a way to, like, not cheese the automation and, like, actually have to do it. Feels bad, man. Way too many times I see that, I'm like, man, feels bad for the devs. It is very easy, but it's like I've never actually had a chance to do it because it's always gonna break. The battery runs out of power and none of the stuff works. It spawns in an oil biome and it's not made out of gold, so then everything breaks and overheats. It's always something goes wrong with it, is the thing I have with it. Like, it would have been nice if it was actually playable, but it's like every time I get there, it's like, oh, it's burning. Oh man, that sucks. It broke already. I'm not gonna try to repair that. I'm just gonna deconstruct it, you know? And then that's all she wrote. It's deconstructed. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, so the germs are killed in this area. We're gonna bop that now. We're gonna be getting some lime. The CO2 is not really going down, but we are starting to add oxygen here, right? That's gonna help a lot of the polluted oxygen move out. What we could probably do, though, is bump this up. That might take my dupes a little bit longer to get stuff done, but we want to start draining this water here. All right, so we're gonna slow this down. Let's think about making a Pacu ranch with the jawbows. Let's look at what these guys do. They eat 1 Pacu every... And they give you rust? Wait, I don't need this. Ah, I don't need this. I don't want rust. What does rust give me? Chlorine? I guess chlorine's the new resource they want us to use because it's been useless. Outside of like some choice geyser tuning that's not necessary in the game. It's always one of those things where I feel like, we don't really need that. Sea comb could be just eaten straight up. Yeah, this is called a natural ladder. The design for this is pretty straightforward. You do 3, 3, 3. You could keep tilting one way if you want. You could go completely straight if you want. All you gotta do is watch out for sand. You could use ladders. Ladders are faster for overall movement, but when you're exploring an area for the first time, you don't want to use ladders. It takes way too long. You go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, CO2 can't breathe. Back and forth, back and forth. Right? It's kind of tough. I don't think that's worth it. Seacomb, Pacu, Jabo, Rust, CI, Frond. What's Frond? Oh, this thing. It's the new sleet wheat that doesn't take 50 years to grow. Well, I mean, we have this. You know what I'm saying? Cool chlorine, it's chilling. I'm not too worried about that yet. Alright, so for the first part, I think we're just going to do a normal Pacu ranch with some potential sea combs. What is the... So it's 40% each, right? And then sea combs grow 5 cycles. That means it's 2 days. Every 2 days, a Pacu could eat. That means if you put 2 of these, the Pacus are always eating. Okay. So this is how you keep the fish wild? Am I correct here? If the fish eats the sea comb, they just stay wild, right? There can't be a situation where that tames them. So that means you need the fish feeder still. You still need this to tame them, right? Damn, so you really can't ranch with the sea comb then. So the Pacu design doesn't change. We literally just do like a sea comb ranch is really all it is. So this has to be any type of liquid. We get phyto oil from it if we really wanted. Yeah, phyto oil for biodiesel, right? That's the normal way to get it. I got lucky with slime molds on my map modifier. So I have slime on the map. That's how I'm getting it. Is wild better or worse than tamed? I noticed that a park gives less, but a nature reserve gives more, but requires plants to be wild. Let's see. They both require plants to be wild. They're the same thing. Nature reserve overrides parks. You can't have both. Same design, just throw a Drabo in overflow room. Extra flavor. Do it in oil. Yeah, misread. Phyto oil. That's the juices of the plants, though. That's rude. That's like making fried chicken. You take a chicken breast, dip it in egg, and then it's like you eat that with mayo. Like, goddamn, dude. Technically, man, you take the chicken, dip it in chicken, and then fry it, and then you dip it in chicken again. Nature Reserve showers, yeah, man. The Nature Reserve shower combo is nice. I'm a big fan of that. If you need it, it's one of those extra things you don't really need. Okay, so tamed, it depends. Wild and tamed. Tamed critters produce more. So if you want to do more critters, like actually get more like population, you have to tame them. Otherwise, they're only ever going to give you one other that replaces itself, if that makes sense. And that's assuming you give it enough days. Olives, frying olives in olive oil, yeah, kind of like that, all right, so we take this, copy paste. This is good. Okay, so what do we want to make? We can't realistically do anything with the Pacu, so I think we're just gonna ranch the Pacu with a Pacu ranch. We're not really gonna think about it. If you build park, speed up. What do you mean speed up? I don't really understand. Tame plants grow faster, tame critters lay more eggs. Can I copy and paste full structures, or is it just like storage filters? Reproduction. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Matt. You're talking about a park? And then reproduction. Oh, you're talking about the critter home. All right, let me pause the game. Let's answer some questions. Kadula, welcome in. You're talking about the critter home. So these, they don't help you with anything. These are only to help you cram critters in. Because wild animals could use it. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that happiness, right? So no, the thing is that it's +1, which means, well, I guess that might change. So it's one of those things that I have to say it has no impact, because when a critter is wild, it doesn't have happiness, if that makes sense, right? So you +1, it doesn't get anything from it. So there shouldn't be any impact. Now, in reality, the game could be jank and you get a second egg, maybe. Right? That's the logic people hope for. I haven't tested it. It shouldn't do anything though. I thought it gets tagged outside a stable. You could put it in a stable and put your wild critters inside, right? You could still do it like that. You just, like, there's just no benefit. It's like, it's like buying running shoes for Christopher Walken. You know what I'm saying? Dude, he got the nice running shoes and he puts them on. This motherfucker is not gonna run. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't change anything. The situation's the situation, right? No. There is no... Reproduction bonus is a flat bonus. Reproduction bonus is a flat bonus. So it's either they get it or they don't. Yeah, you could disable this. You could have it floating. Buildings and rooms could be disabled, like this water cooler, and it still counts for the building, right? It counts the building. It doesn't care if it's disabled or not. So it's doable, 100% doable, where you don't brush them and you have just the house. So yes, it does nothing. It does nothing. All right, back to the game. Where should I put my Pacu ranch? I guess we could put it here. We're really not going to do too much with the lums. We're going to get rid of this at some point. Let's build this out. And then we probably have to move this guy. So, Pacu Ranch. We're going to need space below. I guess we should do that. Start mining this down so the CO2 spills out. And then we can start using the space here. I should try to decon this. We don't need that there anymore. And then these guys kind of just messing around, huh? He is wild. There is some world where we use a wild lum. It's possible. Alright, from this point... Probably want to grab Pokeshell spawn. We leave him. He's hanging out, man. Actually, he might beat up some of the other guys. Let's move him to the saltwater area. Alright, so we want to do that. Get the dig. My man, we need to remove this. I'm scared he's going to fall down. Oh, he jumps off. Let's go. Wait, we can't do that. This guy's complaining about how hot it is. He broke out, dude. We'll save him. We'll save him. He could go right there. Because we gotta make the fish tank right here. We gotta dig this down. We could dig the rest of that from the bottom. Okay, we could dig that out, move the lum. Alright, so all this we're doing, we're waiting for the blast shot still. Are we out of biodiesel? Waiting for bleach stone. I guess fight oil as well. Let me look at this. Slime. Oh, we didn't have slime and bleach stone, which is why we were mining out the other area. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Salt water can be used for stuff, I guess. And then it's probably time to build a ladder. All right, we're gonna do this so that we have a way to basically walk through here. We're gonna bop the bleach stone slime. And then we'll be able to jump across, right? Boop, boop, boop. And then we can remove the ones in between. Should be straightforward. We should be able to dig this as well. because we could just climb up this way. Once we get this in, we could dig out the rest. While we want to do that for the bleach stone and of course the fossil there, we're gonna also want to mine the slime from here. So here, we want to dig that, weirdly enough. Maybe we could go down this way and go from underneath. Because we go here to here to here to here, climb up, dig all that out, and then all the water spills out, and then it drains down there. This guy might die. And then we're going to grab the bleach stones, so that's going to be these. Let's get some ladders here. We'll use that to climb up and down eventually. And that means we're going to want to dig through the abyssalite. So go down this way. We probably want to do that as well, because we go down this way. If we get stuck, climb back up. Should be good. All good, all good. We got to get the suits. Yo, man, we got the jammies, though. All right, so let's dig these two. I got to watch them do before they get stuck. Oh, yeah. Let's do it like this. Should be good. All right. Oxygen's at 51k. Not bad. Nice and cool at 22. Our water, I don't know if we've gone through a loop yet. It doesn't look like it. It looks like we're only at 55. We have a little way to go still before we could get to target temperature of 69. And then we do the exchange. Nice and cool. Oxygen is now included. H2 at 5k. 50k for the O2. And we are delivering it. So far, so good. It's not going all the way up, but I'm fine with that. Probably at some point, we're going to have suits, right? Not bad, not bad. At some point, we're probably going to want to try to get the water in bottles and then dump it in here. But right now, we kind of got to be waiting. Our people of chat, I'm going to do a Julie thing. I'm going to steal this from Julie. I don't know how she does it. What is that called? How do you do the gamba in this game? How do you do the gamba in Twitch? Predictions. Oh, I forgot the word. Prediction. All right. Oh, shit. I'm tabbing in OBS. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta bring up the browser. I gotta go to my channel. No echo, please. No echo. Nice. Oh, I could knock on my own door? Oh, that's kind of cool. Hey, man, stop saying that, dude. We're gonna start a prediction. This is gonna be called Oni Blueprint Gamba. Possible outcomes: socks or gloves. New cosmetic. Old already owned cosmetic, not sock. Oh my god, I'm hitting character limit. Alright, I'm in. Guys, I'm in. New prediction. Alright, so supply closet. We have a good amount of stuff, man. You can see we're missing a lot of stuff too, but we have a decent amount. All good, Miss Chemical Stairs. I see a D-Mayor. All good, no worries. Alright, so I do need this so that we could make the jump here. And then we could keep doing this. Continue the ladder. This got done nice, so the water release worked out. That got filled. Alright, we're gonna build the ladder here so we'd have an easy time. Probably open this up. It makes sense. Alright, the little babies hanging out. I like that little bubble he makes. Alright, speed this up. So we're going to be trying to get to 99 still. And then we're going to shoot down the meteor. Y'all know how it is. Right now we're short on a little bit of bleach stone, a little bit of, you know, the stuff needed to be making this. They get the bubble on their balloons to... Yo, man. Shout out to the Pacu shells. Climbing through here and digging is going to be nice. Hey, I see a D-Mayor. I see you over there. Okay, get that. Got these fossils in here too, next to the nice Pacu. At some point, we're gonna do something like that. I think we might want to look at Mosquito Farm. Hey, niche commands, man. The weather command, all-time great. So at this point in the game, we are at what's called the early game wall. You have oxygen with a spawn, your food's balanced, and you have a decent amount. Not too much, because you can't have too much of a surplus without proper food storage. And you are getting ready. How much time I have for this? 6 cycles. All right, I forgot I needed to do this. Oh, crap. So we want to do this. We want to do that. And then it probably shouldn't matter too much, but I'm going to decoin this. We're also going to want to do the sweep. And then we need power inside. I don't want to use conductive wire, but I feel like this eventually has to be conductive wire. In which case, I think we have to do like a connection here. We're going to use the purple wire because I think it's cool. And we will use the nickel. I have weird preference to want to have the ability to cut the wires on command. So we're going to have a connect here. And then we're going to have a go like that. From there, it's all that really matters for now, because we're not going to have to extend it to anywhere yet. We're just going to want this connected. We're not going to really run this or use it. Okay, so we're going to want the construction here to be bumped up to a 7. Bump that to a 9. Let's get this done. So once you got food and oxygen, you're going to probably be at this point where if you don't have Demolier to, you know, take care of, you're going to need something to do. A lot of times, this is where a lot of players get stuck. This is the early game hump. Effectively, you don't know how to get to the end, and you don't know what steps you got to take. A lot of times, what you're going to have to do is ramp up your metal refining. And the idea is refined metal locks you out of building a lot of stuff, whether it's wires, some of the advanced buildings. A lot of the space stuff requires refined metal as well, at least the stuff you want. And then you want to get started with material science research. This is probably going to be the ideal setup. If you guys are not familiar with it, we could go over this really fast. This is a tried and true setup I use every time. It's not my design, though I did come up with this kind of naturally. I can't put my name on this. I feel like a lot of people are just going to naturally think about doing it this way. after you have enough experience. And to explain it, you want to lock this door. One of the problems is this rad bolt it shoots hurts your dupes if they get shot. So what we do is we minimalize the path here and here, because we got to hit the target, so that if it hits this and it goes down, you have to make sure your dupes don't naturally walk by, because they'll take damage. That means they'll run slower if they take damage because they're lightly wounded, stuff like that. Get radiation sickness sometimes, and you might get a blob of liquid nuclear waste or something, and that's really annoying sometimes. So the idea is simple. Light source isn't on, but when it's on, we get a lab room. You do the radiation. The radiation gets picked up by the rad bolt generator. Click on this. It's going to want to be facing the direction of the reflector that shoots down to the target, which is right here in this tile. So that way, you have to have a side entrance to be able to fertilize, right? That way, you could still get the weaves wards, the phosphorite, without having to go through this way. That's what you have to do. This airflow tile is so that the dupes don't climb over the door, and then it should work perfectly. The one thing about this that sucks is this building can't be flipped, right? So that means the target always has to be on the left side. That may be annoying because you might have to have it on the right side, so then you're gonna have to make a side entrance to go above it and then ladder down, right? Up, ladder down. That's kind of annoying to have to do sometimes, but that is gonna be how you want to start your material study terminal. The one thing about this that's very pivotal is you have to keep the rad bolt generator continuously powered, and it's because if you don't, the decay rate is like 1/100. It's, I would say, not that drastic, but it feels that drastic. So it takes you, in our case, it's about a 10% rule for radiation absorbed, meaning that this is on this tile where the generator, like the honeycomb design is, it's 635. That means we would get 635 divided by 10, so 63.5 rad bolts generated in one cycle, right? So that amount right here, 635 divided by 10, that's the amount you would normally generate in a cycle. So this shoots every time it accumulates to 52, and then that means that we'll get, you know, a shot in 80% of the day, more or less. So for the most part, you need to keep this continuously powered. It takes you about 80% of the day, or about 500 seconds. Is that 80%? I'm not actually sure. About 500 seconds in order to fully charge. It can't shoot until it gets charged up to this number. Now, the thing is that if you lose power, it decays 1 point per second. So that means in 50 seconds, you could lose all your accumulated radiation that you spent 500 seconds accumulating. So that means you really need some sort of power source that's a generator, dedicated power. You can see that in our case, it's unplugged right now because I'm not researching. We had a peat generator right here connected to a smart battery, and you really do need this so that you don't burn the peat. That way you don't burn all your fuel resource immediately, but you need that to keep it running. So, you know, smart battery is very simple. There's an automation wire that connects, and then you connect the power wire. Just make sure the generator and the research is all covered by. So we use 2 peat generators. In some cases, you probably use 1 coal generator is good enough because, you know, 460, 120, 600. And that's normally how you have to do this. You can't really rely on wheels. While you can, the moment your dupes go to sleep and you don't get a shot off, you lose all the accumulated generation, and that's, you know, a bad feeling. But yeah, if you guys have questions about that, let me know. What's going on, Corgi? Welcome in. What do you think of True Tiles mod? I think that was its name, Custom Tiles mod. Oh, I've seen it. I don't like using it. It's something that I feel like if you want to help new players, they're not going to really understand what you're doing, what tiles you're using. But I do think if you're just playing single player for yourself, it's cool to use. As a streamer, I wouldn't use it though. So you're saying Pliers mod ruined you? Dude, Pliers OP, dude. It's so OP, the devs had to add it to the game. They had to add it to the game. I'll send you my setup. I think it's really good. A lot of the same concepts. You could send it, post it on Discord, Joe. Share it with people. I already have a YouTube video about this, so I don't think I'm gonna, you know, add anything else. I am thinking though, guys, people of chat, of updating all the guides and all the designs that we have. And then, you know, it's 2025. We got to update all this stuff. And then, you know, release some new Oni stuff. I also have some other non-tutorial content I've been wanting to do. So I'm considering doing some of that stuff as well. Oh, I needed that tile there, actually. I didn't realize that. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. That way I could have content come out that's non-stream, non-VOD. And then we're going to be doing other content that I want to try out doing that I feel like would be really popular just because it's just raw content. That's not stream VOD, but kind of stream VOD. It's a lot of stuff. I don't know if I'll go through everything. I probably should. But then that's like, that means that I have a list of stuff that I could do without thinking. Like, I know what I'll have to do. You know? I know that they need guides for this, guides for that. Dude, I see people do what we call a user error. Right? And they do this thing where they do the green pump to the green part of a building. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll do a liquid pump and plug it into the green. And then they're like, yo, man, why doesn't this work? I look at that. I'm just kind of like, dude, man, it's right here. It tells you. I see that all the time. I'm just like, you know what, man? No amount of guides or help will help that. Like, that's just in the moment. You just, you know, had a brain fart. And realistically, no guide could help you. You need someone to just point it out. Like, hey, man, you just mixed it up. And they're like, oh, you know, the Homer Simpson. Don't slap yourself in the face. Like, you know, you can't really make a guide for that. That just happens, man. I think Clay needs to make a better version. It's hard, man. Like, they did the best they could. They have a little intake valve pointing in, intake valve pointing out. It's tough, man. I don't know what else they could make better. It's different color. The arrows are pointing a different way. You know. Oh my god, he would do it all the time too. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. It's the problem is though is that I've tried to help people and 9 times out of 10 they get offended. I didn't make any mistake. You're wrong. You're not helping me. You're not listening. I didn't make that mistake. Oh shit, I did. Hey man, you were right. I'm sorry, dude. That second part never happens. They never go up to me and be like, oh man, yep, I did that. I'm sorry. They never apologize, never say anything. At this point, I'm just kind of like, why am I helping these people, man? This guy asked for help. I told him what was wrong. And he was like, no, I did it right. That means something weird's happening. I'm like, dude, I see the problem. And it's like, I'm trying to help him. Like, dude, you're doing this right. I was like, no, dude, I'm doing it right. And at that point, it's kind of like, I just kind of have to give up and be like, hey, man, good luck, dude. I can't help you any more than this. Because I gave you all the help you needed. You just, you know. You just believe that you can never be wrong. I'm like, okay, man. And it's like, these people, like, come to stream and ask for help. And I'm trying to help them, man. I really am. I've helped a lot of people. A lot of you guys in chat are probably, you guys probably stay because I helped you guys. But it's like, yeah, man, some parts of the day, man, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, man. It's you're right, I'm so confused. A lot of the times it's like the Mandela effect. I plugged it in correctly. They log into the game. Oh, they reverse the pipes. Oh yeah, that's yep. What he says is right. It's the Mandela effect, man. They're like, I thought I did, but you didn't do. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. You hate to see it, man. All right, so after the rat bolt research, you get that done. Do we have this ready? Oh, nice. All right, we're gonna get a second bottle emptier so we can actually get this done in 4 cycles. Shouldn't be too much longer. We got the pipelines in. We got the purple wires, nice. Got that right there. So we gotta add some salt water just so that we get a drop right here, so we can have the good setup. This he's gonna get cooked. Oh, he's actually able to survive the temperatures. That's impressive. So we're gonna add some salt water here, auto bottle, and then we're gonna do it here as well. Copy paste. Dude, yeah, but the thing with that is that there's so many people that have that, it feels like it's shared. You know what I'm saying? So many people have like the same opinion. It feels like it's like hive mind at this point. Like I've seen it way too many times. It's like this can't be a single instance. Something weird's going on, man. All right, so we were talking about getting refined metal, getting the material study terminal, and a lot of times you want that because space could be scary. In most cases, you want to, if you're playing spaced out, of course, hit Z, click on your planet. This is going to give you a breakdown of the meteor showers. If these are metal-based, copper, iron, gold are all metal-based, they are going to destroy anything that's not bunker tiles. Bunker tiles is a specific tile that you need steel for. So a lot of times, even if you could go into space early, you're scared of the meteor showers. If you're lucky, you might not get any because that means you don't have any added heat on the top of your map, right? Because a lot of times the meteors are going to be hot. So if you do have non-metal meteors, regular tiles are perfectly fine. They're going to basically not break it. But regolith and then the metal ones, gold, iron, copper. I think there's new ones too that are also metal. Anything metal based or regolith is going to break anything that's not bunker tiles. Now you can make steel stuff, but I believe they still get damaged. It's specifically bunker door, bunker tile to tank it. Otherwise, if you get like slime, ice, oxalite, just use regular tiles. In which case you could get the space early. Now, for the most part, you need to go to space. And that's because of the data banks that we're going to want later on. Space is going to be the easiest way to get that. In a world without meteor showers, getting data banks is really easy. You don't really need anything advanced. You get through with a very simple CO2 rocket setup with literally just space program. Because all you would need is be able to build... well, you would need this, and then you would need... this one right here for the orbital data lab. And then once you have that, you could literally just use the CO2 you accumulate at the bottom of the map from your dupes breathing out, and then launch a rocket, stay outside but in the purple ring, and then don't move. So what happens is that you don't have to bring food. Make sure that they pee before they leave, right? It's kind of like going to your aunt's house. All right, kids, we're gonna go to auntie's. Did you guys pee yet? And you got to remind the kids. And then it's like, okay, we're gonna go pee, and then otherwise in the middle of the trip, they're like, Mom, I gotta use the restroom. It'd be like that sometimes. So what happens is that if you stay within the purple ring, you could immediately land. So calories are not that bad. If you're playing on normal gameplay, nothing advanced on the hunger, you carry 3 days worth of food on the dupe itself. You'll get a notification once they go below 4 digits, so 999 and less. In that case, they're going to be starving. You'll get a starving notification. You could wait for that, or wait until they have to pee, and then you could land them. You could also put an outhouse inside if you really want. It's up to you. And make sure they have oxygen, right? So you do all that. They could just go up, crank out databanks, land. You'll get around like 20 to 30, depending on your operating skill. Pumping out databanks with the Order Data Lab is a operating job, right? Operating. You don't need any skill for it, but it's an operating task with machinery. So once you do that, that could be an easy way to get databanks. So for the most part, don't have to think too much about that. Do you get small? I'm not sure. I haven't got to that far yet. It's my first time dealing with this. I remember another streamer trying to explain how a powerless mechanical filter works. I just needed you to do it wrong a few times before I figure it out. Yeah, they know the inherent pattern. They just don't know exactly how it's set up. And it's because they don't use it a lot. They just remember the design. I see it, D-Mayor. What's going on, Copenhagen? Hope you're doing well. What's the plan? Let the in-store impact? We were at 80 shots right here. We're almost ready. 80 shots. So we're almost ready. We're getting a little bit more biodiesel, and then we're going to make our way up. We have 80 cycles still. What's going on, Cranky? Welcome in. Megalophobia? I mean, this shit is huge. When you zoom out like this and it's like... It looks like it's a face. It looks like a giant Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. And you see this right here as his eyebrow. A sideways Groot that's like super big. You know the little wood guy? Imagine he grew to the size of the universe and he's looking at us. That's what this looks like, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. And then you zoom in, it's like, oh shit, it's an old god. The officer, hey, for sure, for sure. You gotta do all the things though, Cranky. Days off is either a blessing or a curse. I find that days off after like days of working, you're not really day off. You're like catching up on your errands. You're doing laundry, you know, you're vacuuming, cleaning, making sure Mamba's litter box is clean. Right, that little baby deserves all the good stuff. And then it's like if you have a second day off, the second day is like a real day off. Right? That's what it feels like, man. It really do be like that sometimes. Are we firing all of them at once? I want to get enough, and then I'm probably going to shear this guy. Try to get some feathers, and then try to get some makeshift suits. You know, temporary suits. Maybe grab that guy for some feathers. But realistically, I want to get suits first. I feel like to a certain degree I might have that, but it has to be well executed. Like what I mean is this doesn't really trigger it for me, but there has been video games where it feels like that. Like I got anxiety because of how big and massive something was. But I feel like it's not something generic like that where anytime you're around something too large, too big. It's a specific feel or phenomenon. It's kind of like when you're playing the Portal games and then you get into a new zone and it's like a giant underground open bunker that's like thousands of meters wide and tall, and you're like, you can't see it end. But you do see this giant concrete door. You know what I'm saying? And you find out that's like, you know, enough space for an airplane to go through or a rocket. And it's like when you actually scale down from that perspective and look out, you get that sense of megalophobia. I feel like. So I feel in video games, it has to be done a certain way to give you that same feel. But in real life, if you approach something that big, it's a lot different. Like perspective, right? You know, the artistry, like this is, you know, this was done on MS Paint, baby. Like, I'm not too scared about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just some MS Paint stuff, man. It'd be like that sometimes, though. It'd be like that sometimes. All right, so get the ladder here. We want to go all the way down. We want to do all that if we can. Same thing over here. Try to get that. Try to get that. Connect that. I don't want to... Nah, I guess we can. We could just climb up from there. Less spooky in the time lapse. I believe that. But yeah, for me, I don't have anything with that. But I will say I have the opposite. I have claustrophobia. I can't deal with being in tight spaces. Like, yo, man, that just feels like a horrible time. Like Bruce Willis climbing through the vents. That was not it, man. I don't watch that on Christmas, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, man, y'all put up some Land Before Time. Can I get some Littlefoot? You know what I'm saying? Maybe Brave Little Toaster. I'm not trying to watch no Die Hard, man. I don't like that, man. I got that claustrophobia, dude. I can't be doing that. Can't be doing that at all. Guys, we got a few minutes left on the predictions on the blueprints. We have a lot, so we'll see. We are gonna be yeah, we're gonna be doing the first one for the blueprint. For the blueprint predictions. So, yo, man, best of luck to y'all. All right, so earlier I was talking about... Oh, did we get this done? Nice. All right, so... Wait, what is this? 5.6 kilograms? Wait, why is this so pressurized? All right, so we are going to start cutting off the algae diffusers because we have proper oxygen now. That way we don't have to use that on the power line or consume the algae. Why is this 5.6? Dude, that's a lot. What the hell is this? Is there some kind of siphon here? Maybe it was just at 3K and we pushed it up. I guess we can't really do anything about that though. We will naturally want to just open this. We're gonna let the CO2 fall in. And then I will ideally want to try to get the chlorine up here. I don't think we can. Oh, we have chlorine here, though. Okay, so it's time for a meme strat. We're going to try to pump up the chlorine that we have in here because it's already set up. And then we're just going to move it out. Yeah. All right, should be good. Working on the ladder here still. So earlier I was talking about what to do after the early game hum. I apologize, man. We're all over the place. So of course, at this point, this is going to be where you could also make upgrades after you have your spawn up and the cooling done for that. You're going to want to make sure to either upgrade your toiletries because you're going to be able to, you know, upgrade to that now. Toilets, for the most part, isn't that bad. This is the only building you really have to power for that, right? And then you don't need pumps for water, because if you do a closed loop setup, all you do is you have a, you know, reservoir connected to accumulate the pee water, filter it, and then the clean water goes into the toilets. That's the only building you would have to power, right? It's a sieve, so it's pretty, you know, cheap on the power still. After that, you want to look for a power source, right? So normally, hit Z on the map, you'll be able to see a breakdown of your geysers. Water, while it can be converted into hydrogen and oxygen, you're normally going to want to balance out the production, right? And have the oxygen be pumped out, and that uses up majority of the hydrogen power you generate. So you want to stay away from that. In our case, it's really just a hydrogen vent that's going to be our only power source, or the volcanoes. These are going to require steam turbines. This is a little bit more advanced, but steam turbines are going to be one of the things you're going to want to be getting in the mid game. That's notably plastic and steel, right? So early game is more or less complete. You're at the beginning of the mid game right now, and you're not sure what to do. Upgrading the toilets, getting proper bedrooms, getting a meal hall, setting up material study storage, potentially getting up the space if it allows you to. If not, you want to start stacking up some refined metal, temporary power sources, right? And then you want to look for a proper power geyser. Now, depending on which one you have, natural gas would probably be the easiest one to tame if you have that, just because natural gas is only at 150. Hydrogen is at 500, which is a lot hotter to deal with, but because of the amount it makes, it's actually not that bad. But for the most part, natural gas would probably be the best one to find. Oil is also really good, and you can have ethanol be produced if that's what you want to use. Ethanol is actually really good if you could get the distillation process with the ethanol distillers. It's just going to be very pollutant heavy, a lot of CO2 generated. So you're going to have to look out for that. Otherwise, you're going to want to generate power any way you can, and you still don't want to waste it. Right? A lot of the times, if you start burning the power, not using a smart battery, overuse it, there's not really much you could do. So a lot of times you want to be a little bit scarce with it. And in our case, we could either look for the hydrogen that we haven't found yet, but I think we're gonna do volcano work. Feels weird, man. At the same time, feels good, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna do volcano for power. So that's gonna be a little bit weird, a little bit interesting. We'll do a temporary setup to convert some of the amber into plastic, but realistically, we have some here already, so we should be good. So we have about 512. It's 100 for 50, and then we get some fossil. It's not bad. Oh no, I see. That's a 1 kg. That's 100 kg. Then the resin gets dumped in to make plastic. So 500 kg for 300 kg. So we need 1,000 for 500. We could heat this normally if we really wanted to try to get the resin, but then we have to make sure we don't overheat it, and that's kind of tough because that's gonna convert that into steam, and then we lose the resin in general, right? Because it's not gonna remix. Can you do that at the emulsifier? That would be the play, I would imagine, if that was allowed. Doesn't look like it though. All right, let's dig that. Let's dig this. And then on this side, start digging that. Start getting rid of a lot of the stuff. We'll get down to there. All right. I want to use this area. I think we're going to have to use it through this area. And I think the logic's simple. We want to warm this area up so we could use it. We want to get rid of the chlorine. And then at the same time, we want to melt the ice. That might take a while for us to get done. So I think it's okay, though, because we got to get the amber, and then we also want to make a Pacu ranch. So we'll slowly transition through the mid-game right now. We have the metal, though, so we're already good with that. We just got to get a better power source, which we're going to want to use magma. That's going to be a little bit more advanced, but I think it's okay. And what was that that I set at 3? Oh, that was a regular chlorine gas. Ooh, garbage. Oh. Second geyser. Guys, pro tip, top priority. Hydrogen vent. Okay, so that's what I want. All right, we're going to be making my tried and true hydrogen vent tamer with gold. The only problem is I don't have steam turbines. So that's going to be what we want the plastic for from the amber. And that's going to be one of the things we'll try to get done today. That being said, Pacu Ranch time. So, wait, how do I want to do this? So I think we're going to do a normal Pacu Ranch. Nothing crazy. Nothing special. And I know we're going to want a large pool, right? Pacu is 8 per. We're going to be doing a traditional Pacu Ranch that I like to do. Actually, yeah, we're doing my design, right? With the doors. So these guys are 8 cells each. What we want to check is seeds. We have 333 sweet corn. That should be enough for the Pacu. We got to keep doing that specifically for the Pacu. Can they eat millets? That's a good question. Oh, they could. They just rot way too fast. That's the only problem we have. Actually, I don't have any stats on the actual seed. That sucks. All right, so the millet. It doesn't have any details. Oh, that's annoying. Does it show up in food? Ah. Deep freeze is 18 still. That sucks. Full time 8 cycles. Dang. I wish this was not at 18. It's because it's not food, right? It has to be processed. I wish this was same thing as sleet wheat. That would have been nice. Oh, is it done? People of chat. Prediction time. I have 7 unclaimed. Let's print 1. No! Pep Rally shorts. Decent. Okay, that's nice. Oh, but it's a duplicate. Oh, man. You know what that means? Dude, everyone voted on number 3. Wow. GG easy, people of chat, man. You know what? I give you guys another chance. For the next one. Yo, man, if you lost, maybe it's time to recoup the points, man. Y'all know the law of averages. All things balance in the end. No, Mamba, why are you waking up? No. Alright, the baby's waking up. No more Mamba camp. Alright, so it's 8 per. So we want a multiple of 8. We could do 16, 64. 1664. I live by gambler's fallacy. So this is what? $64. So this is 8 Pacu, right? That's a lot. Do we really need 8 Pacu? Let's cut it in half, man. Let's do a 32. Yeah, we'll do a 32. Small Pacu setup. And then I'd probably just have the overflow tank on this side then to make it easy. So we'll likely want this setup then. It's probably gonna be like that. And then that means we need this to be a ladder tile. Okay. That usually means I would not mind the fish feeder being here. That makes a lot of sense. And then we do the door setup. We probably wouldn't mind this one being the door setup. And then we're gonna have to sweep stuff. Bottle drainer stuff. Let's not do that so we could reach everything. Second bottle drainer. Okay, should be all right. Little dinos. All right, so the refined carbon seems to be okay. 82, we're doing all right. All right, we got the CO2 there. Nice. Let's put this back. All right, so how much time do I have left? 2 cycles. I've been slacking off on this for so long. I need to do this now. All right, so pro strat. We're gonna wait for the chlorine to get into this space. Pause, and then we're gonna connect the power. Bring up the overlay. CO2 chlorine, perfect. And then we unplug it. H2 oxygen, polluted oxygen, CO2 chlorine. What a combination. So from here, we want pliers the entire line. And that's what we want, the 200 kgs of chlorine. So skills, I do have a plumber. I'm just gonna plumb it then. Extract pipe contents here. Priority 9. Rainbow gases, yeah man, we just had all the bad gas in here. On average, I lose points. Rip D Mayor. All right, so the Pacu Ranch is something we'll do in the meantime. I realistically need to get this done in time so that we could do the next step. We need to do the dump right here. I'm just going to, yeah, dump it like that. There's no real solution for this. We just kind of have to do it like that. And then I kind of just have to like run. Everything here needs to be done, man. All right, so we have to basically, we have CO2 here. We need to get the chlorine bubble moved in. There it is. We need the drainer. Vent set up like that. We need to relocate this guy. Does he have... Okay, he doesn't. All right, just take him out, boys. Take him out. This guy's a menace, climbing through the salt water. Hit him with the laser beams. Hey, Timo. He's attacking you even though you got the suit on. Oh, it didn't work, man. He thought he could camouflage. He was wearing the Dardo suit, dude. Didn't work out. Didn't work out. Timo thought he could blend in. All right, so we have enough salt water here that we're good. We're just going to want to add it in here for the liquid lock. And then we need to vacuum the top. That's very important. I want to replace the oxygen with chlorine so that the dupes don't go inside and randomly breathe it out. And then it breaks our infinite storage, which would suck. So we want to try to get that in. This is also priority 9. So we want to run the wheel, right? Get the power in, and then we want to pump out the gas. Everything in this area needs to be removed. Basically, this oxygen bubble and the CO2 down there. That is something we need to do right now. Next thing we have is the salt water here that we could probably dump inside if we really wanted to. That's going to be another bottle emptier design, kind of like this. Which isn't too bad, to be honest. Alright, so the reason why we want to vacuum is because our liquid lock is technically able to transfer a little bit of the heat from the inside, and the inside's going to get heated up by the 95C water. Because of that contact heat leak, ooh, it's a pink unitard. I guess we could take that over the dupes. We don't want dupes yet. Chlorine? There should be a canister right there we just released. So the reasoning why we are vacuuming is because in a vacuum, there is no heat transfer, right? So the best example is right here. There is a opening between the warm area and the cold area. Normally, you would get a transitionary area like this, but because it gets broken in, the cold leaks out pretty easily. This case, there is no heat transfer, even though there's no abyssalite in this pocket. It's because this is all vacuum. In a place with vacuum, you can see right there, diagonally, they're touching, but there's no heat transfer. It's been like this for a long time. So normally it would look like this, right? The blue's leaking out, the gases are, you know, transferring heat. But because of the vacuum, there's no heat transfer. A lot of times that's going to be the best method to control heat. You could actually do a vacuum wall 3 thick, the middle is hollow, and that prevents any heat transfer from the right side wall and the left side wall. You could do that as a means of making it so that you could use regular tiles instead of insulated tiles to separate the heat. Now, of course, there's only very niche situations where you really need to do that, but otherwise it's not something you need to do, right? All right, speed this up. Can we move out the meat? I don't want that creating polluted oxygen. All right, so this tile is not getting pumped out. There it is, chlorine on top. We're gonna remove this, remove that, so we got the good setup. I still want to build that. Right, we got to seal up the airflow tile right there. This needs to be airflow because there's water pressure on this side. All right, milligrams, we're almost done. Let's bump up the salt water so that we could finish the liquid lock. I don't want something like someone walks through and then it breaks because they farted. I don't like that, man. We're going to be able to get rid of the bottom emptier here as well, and then we're going to replace that again. Once everything's removed, we'll sweep everything out. We have a cycle still. Oh, come on. You did it, but you didn't do it. Feels bad. Easy Cure, welcome in. I see you over there. All right, we got to get that done. We got to remove all the stuff. Pacu Ranch is almost ready. Nice. So we don't have mechatronics. Do we have a natural mechatronics? I don't have a natural mechatronics. A dupe that would naturally want to be doing this job. No way, dude. No way. I don't have a natural mechatronics. Yeah, in the future I will. I know what happens already. Someone spoiled it. Feels bad. But for the most part, yeah, we'll be playing that. We'll probably be doing the lab maybe next. I might be doing a speed run next instead. Yeah, someone came in here and was like, hey man, did you know this is like that? And I was like, that's a spoiler, dude. Why'd you do that? It's like, that's not a spoiler. Everybody knows. I was like, kind of stupid, kind of, you know, headcanon type of logic is that? I was like, whatever's, man. Can't do anything anymore on the internet for the first time. Someone's gonna come in and just be like, hey man, blah 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 blah. Oh shit, Dumbledore dies? God damn it, dude. I haven't even seen the Harry Potter movies. And it's like, oh man, he dies. Spoilers. Dude, man, and you know what was the stupidest thing? You know how I got spoiled, the Harry Potter thing? I was playing WoW at the time. And someone was spamming trade chat. Oh my god, it was the worst. I started stopping to, I stopped playing like a lot of the popular video games when there was something like that. When Game of Thrones was coming out, I had to stop playing WoW because they were like, oh, dude, oh my god. And they would just, you know, all the spoilers in trade chat. It's the most toxic thing, dude. Like, people just like doing it at this point, and they're doing it on purpose. Did we do the prediction? Yeah, we did. I have a new one up, though. Miss Chemical Stairs, so don't worry, it's already set up. Audiobooks, I see Easy Cure. Yo man, I hear a lot of people that have long drives, they like to listen to audiobooks or podcasts. I had a boss like that. I see you, Zaki. I see you over there. Timo, oh man. Dude, I remember when I was younger and I was seeing this girl. I got her to watch One Piece, so we would, you know, Netflix and chill. We would watch One Piece and chill, right? And it's like a lot of episodes. So she got really into it, and we were getting into like Annie's lobby, right? And then one time we were talking about it on the way to dinner, and she said something. I'm like, what? You read spoilers? And she's like, no, I didn't. And I was like, there's no way you know that then, unless you read spoilers. And then from there, it was like, okay, I read the spoilers. And I was like, man, you ruined one of the, like, one of the best parts of the movie. I mean, the movie. It's like, it's so shocking, given how every part of the anime went. Like, there has been like so many instances where the dude should have died, and they always go, nope, he survived. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy in the Alabasta arc, that's, you know, he literally had to fly with a bomb like Big Hero 6, right? Like he had to do the exact scene. Somehow he survives. And it's like, dude, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying, man? Now, funny thing was that I found out that she likes to read the ending of a book before reading the book. And I was like, what? And then she goes, that's how I choose what books to read. And the funny thing is that she doesn't read books. It's like, you know what? If she were to read books, I guess that kind of works out. But she never read books. That was the funniest thing. She's like, oh yeah, when I read books, I read the ending first to see whether or not I like the book so I could read it. She has never read a single book, dude. And I was just kind of like, that was just an excuse, right? To justify her looking at the spoilers for the freaking anime. God damn it, dude. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. All right, so this is done. All we gotta do now is move out the items, add more water to the lock. You see the vacuum right here? Another dude broke in? How are these guys breaking in? That's why we need more water here, dude. God damn it. We're gonna do this and add a door in the front. We're gonna decon this, decon the power wires. Let's get rid of the gas revs. The fun part's the journey, not the destination. It'd be like that sometimes. Still on the fact that your Netflix chill didn't work because she loved the show. It'd be like that sometimes, man. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Daros are the new pips. Dude, they were cold Drekos. That's the best way I would describe them. They're cold Drekos, dude. They remind me more of Drekos than pips for some reason, because they're not cute. It'd be like that sometimes, man. They remind me more of Drekos, because they look like they found out that they had to pay taxes. You know, man, they got the, oh my god. The brakes did the stuff. Yeah, I guess that's true. At least they don't plant anything. Yeah, that tongue animation, man, it's pretty funny. Hey, Slayer, with the long time support of 44 months. I see you over there. Have you crushed the DLC yet? No, man. It's still coming to crush me. I got time, but you know, he's on his way. So I gotta crush that before it crushes me. Right now, though, I'm tapping this geyser before it erupts in 0.2 cycles. But then once it does that, we'll be fine. We're gonna destroy it. We're gonna destroy it. We have 83. We're almost done. So it's just a matter of time. We're gonna get it soon, though. But yo, welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the email, join us ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there, man. How are you, though, Slayer? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing great. But what's good, man? Now we're gonna dig all that, go up that way. So bleachstone and slime, right? We're gonna try to mine that out so we get some more stuff. Okay, we got some slime here. We probably should try to bop, which we'll do soon. Probably want to dig into this. And then we'll put a Wheezewort here to bop the germs. Okay, looking good, looking good. Infinite water storage. So we're going to be looking for power, right? That's the next thing we said we had to do, given our circumstance. Material study terminal, we got enough tech that I'm happy with it. We might actually want to continue adding Radbolt tech, right? To do the mechatronic stuff. Yeah, we'll reconnect this real fast. So let's go pause, wire, connect, automation. Yeah, and then we just got to get some peat there. I'm just working in the background. Had to restart myself since was not paying attention and bopped 2 volcanoes and flooded my base. Oh, man. Hey, man, we were planning to do that exact thing you're talking about. I'm thinking about bobbing the volcano, getting steam turbines, and then trying to use that for a power source. Yo, man, it'd be like that sometimes because I have a double volcano. I didn't even realize that. We got a double right here. It's connected. Not bad. But yeah, hopefully I don't flood my base. That would be kind of bad. But yo, man, I see you over there. Did you shoot it down on your first base, or was breaking into the volcanoes way too early? Oh no, he's eating the little babies. We also want to dig that and do a door setup to do a quick shearing station for this guy. We want to get the feathers, right? 150. Oh, man, that could still happen to me. That's kind of scary, man. That could still happen to me. All right, so these are gonna be saltwater auto bottle 7. We want to pump up all the salt water down there. This was a vacuum lock so that we could get into the magma break. So I'm probably just going to mine this and let it spill. And then just let the salt water kind of do its thing. We could dig all this now just because, you know, everything here has a ladder now, which is kind of nice. Lime soon. We're not really too worried about that right now. I do want to open this, though. Let the salt water spill. And then this is brine. We'll let that be. So the next salt water is probably going to be this. All right, so mop. Let's do a pitcher pump. Because we will want to use the water here. I guess we don't have to mop. And then I want to mop this up. And then I want to use this right here. If I can, I should try to dig that out first before we do anything else. It's active! We're in! No, we're making some of the items hot because it's sitting in the hot water. Oof. All right, so gold, not gonna overheat. Pipeline's fine. Looking all right. Oh, I didn't add the friggin' output pipe from the desalinator. We'll do that later when we get suits. We'll just let the water accumulate for now. Second pitcher pump. Okay, and then we want to get the planter box to do the Weezewort in the corner. We are going to disconnect this so that they don't run on the wheel even accidentally. That should be fine. Yeah. All right, trim that, trim this. I'll probably trim both because we climb down. Which means I probably want to do this, do that. These are probably trimmed. Right, that's fair. And then we want to get up to here. They might die here. Funny enough. Let's do 1, 2 like this. And then we do bottom 2. Trim this entirety down. Alright, so that's going to be salt water so we could use. We're going to be adding salt water into the fish tank because we want to season the Pacu for flavor. And then that means we get salted fish. That's always going to be nice, right? Seal that up. This is going to be a 32 tile setup. Let's get rid of this so that we get our fish feeder inside. We'll likely want another double door setup right there. This is going to be our ranch, right? We could climb down from there. That's not bad. I want to use up this water at some point. All right, the Dartle got moved out. Let's go. All right, setup is good. I do want more salt water there just in case. All right, let's move out some of the items. I want this completely cleaned. And then I think the play here is an airflow tile. That kind of makes sense. That way the CO2 in the corner just goes down. Okay, we could go with that. You do 2 at a time. We could do that to jump down. All right, so from here... Yeah, we do it like that. We climb down through the bottom. Just picking up the slime that way. Rubbing his eyes. That's bad. I don't want him to get stuck. One thing I will want to point out, though, if you guys are new players to the game right now, I am not cooking food yet. Even though cooking, by design, generates more calories, and it should be something to do, in the early stages of the game, I don't like cooking. Because while the buildings don't seem like they're using a lot of power, the cooking task in and of itself is like 60 seconds. And it takes you forever to cook, so you need to provide power for the entire time, right? So I avoid cooking, and I just grow the food and balance it so that it's less labor. You're free to cook if you want. There are certain situations where it is really nice to cook the food so that you don't have to grow as much. Typically, if you're ranching, cooking the food is nice just because cooking actually resets the like rot value. So if your food's about to rot and you cook it, it becomes the next food item that it cooks into, but at full, you know, shelf life. It's the opposite of RimWorld, where RimWorld carries over the cook rate of how fresh the items are. This is, you know, doesn't really care about that. All right, so we got that dug out. I want to shear this man. And then we want to get a wire here. Okay, cool. The new smoker building takes no power, AFK cooking. So only need dupe to come empty at the end. I see. So the smoker is good in the sense that it's less labor. The one thing I will also say is that while cooking increases your calories, it reduces shelf life in most cases. So let's look at sweet corn. I don't know if this is actually proper. 16 cycles, right? But when you cook it, oh, it's still 16. Oh, that's nice. Any food that you make on anything else, the shelf life goes down. Yeah, I also limit my skill points. You could see that I'm barely giving out skill points. You realistically only want to invest in skills that require use. So like incubator usage, grooming station usage, right? Moving critters, that's ranching. You need that. If you want to start cooking, you got to get cooking skill. Otherwise, you don't want to do too much. I have nothing on decorating because I don't have materials to really use. But yeah, you realistically only want to give the skills you need or just tier 1 skills. A lot of times you might want to give everyone carrying capacity just because this is really nice. You reduce the number of trips overall, right? By just going fewer times. So one of the common strats to do is everyone in the colony should have level 1 of this if you could afford it. Because this is probably the most important skill just for quality of life. Outside of that, if you want another one that's pretty decent, getting the +2 science here is not bad. The logic with the science is because if you go into here, science increases skill leveling, which is your other attributes. So if you have high science, you learn every other job faster. But that's really, you know, it depends, right? Whether or not you want to do that, you gotta have to have, you know, decent morale generation. But carrying, I would put as better. You want that carrying capacity. Yeah, tier 1 dig is also really nice to give to everyone. Just because if you send a rocket pilot to land on a planet, having them with dig skill is actually really comfy because you could dig through the surface of like granite. That's kind of popular to be on the surface sometimes. Or maybe even like bleachstone if you're on the like gassy moon planet. But yeah, there is reasoning to give them a lot of skill. It's just, you know, you want to be above your morale by 2. Right? Because you have high morale. Right? If you go to here, it's a buff, right? High morale. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. High morale. Stress modifier minus 20% per cycle. This is one of the easiest ways to manage stress because this counterbalances negative stress from getting wet, slipping on the floor. You know, there's a lot of stuff like that that effectively adds stress to the dupes. High morale makes it so that you have something working against it. And the easiest way to do that is keeping your morale 2 over the required. If you go to skill tab, the right side of Cthulhu is 3. That's how much he needs. It even says that on the tooltip at the top. And then over here, 11, this is current morale. So if you're 2 above your requirement, you get high morale stress modifier right here. And that's really good. You see the soggy feet doesn't affect Lindsay at all because the high morale balances it out. On higher difficulties, you have a flat difficulty modifier that wipes out the high morale. So you need it or your dupes get really stressed out. Yeah, wet feet, soggy feet, low oxygen. The new cold and hot surroundings actually add stress now. There is a lot of little stuff. Slipping, right, adds stress, even though it's a flat value. But for the most part, Having something like that makes the game flow a lot easier, which is why it's highly recommended, right? Pinch of pepper nuts. I don't know if I want this. So I need a build operator. Having supply would be nice, but I really need build operating or someone with inherent mechatronics. Feels bad. We don't have mechatronics. We'll get it at some point, though. I'm not really too worried about it. Popped eardrums. Oh, man. That one's a fun one because it happens with the CO2 bubble sometimes just because of the movement of gas going through it. That one's super fun. Oh, I don't have auto bottle on both, which is why there's no salt water here. Okay. We got to add in the fish feeder. And then this is going to be our design. Let's start setting up the automation. This is going to be critter sensor here. And then we're going to do critter sensor here. All right, so this is green above. And then I want to do a very weird setup here. We're going to do not gate. Green signal. Go like that. This is a very simple setup. We would need a sweeper. That works. Put it on the left side. Yeah, that's probably going to be the best spot. We could put it at the bottom too. I'll have it floating though. And then we want the loader on the bottom tile right there once I'm able to build it. You don't take... No, I'm trying to find one. At the beginning of the game, my mod to get the perfect starting set of dupes, right? You know, the dupe stat picker mod in the very beginning of the game? It was broken because, you know, new DLC. So I had to roll the dupes normally, dude. I didn't get a build supply operator. I was like, I'll just get one, you know, randomly in the game. I still don't have one. Never lucky, dude. I'll just get them, you know. It's like you wake up, oh man, I'm out of milk. I'll just get it when I go to the store later. It starts raining and you're like, man, I'm gonna order some pizza. And then you're like, oh shit, I'm out of milk. And you're like, oh, I gotta leave the house. And now you're kind of mad that you kind of, you know, you left that alone like that. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. The milk's gone bad. It'd be like that sometimes, man. All right, so there is another thing I wanted here. We're gonna do a vent line. This is gonna be normal pipeline. And I think we'll put it here, of all places. And I think it shouldn't matter on temperature. Yeah, so we're just going to use a regular pipeline. We're realistically just making a setup so that the salt water we have randomly right here could just get dumped in. I had that today. I had to go walk to CVS, but there was a heat advisory today. Maybe not. Yep. Now you got to live a day without milk, dude. Yo, man. Not that you need milk to survive, but it's more so that sometimes, man, you just, you know, you just want to add some milk, dude, to the coffee. All right, who's my builder? D-Mayor, man, we're going to make you go to engineering school. I hope you're okay with that. D-Mayor. We made this guy go to engineering school. I'm sorry, man. We made him walk to campus, even though there's a heat advisory warning. He got his degree, though. Be proud of that. That's what I'm doing, dude. Easy cure. I cut sugar for my life. I have 10 grams of sugar a day for my vitamins. Right? It just happens to be in my vitamins. I otherwise cut all sugar. I will occasionally have fruits, but outside of that, my vitamins, no sugar in my coffee. I don't eat a lot of sugar in general. Like, I don't have a sweet tooth, so it was not that bad for me. But the crazy thing is that a lot of things have changed. Initially, I got bad sleep. Now I feel like I'm getting good sleep, but it's weird. Because I don't sleep as long anymore. So in my entire life, I would sleep 10 hours a day. Right? That was just normal for me. Like, growing up, when I was little, throughout all of like middle school, high school, college, I would sleep 10 hours a day. And, you know, normally it's like 8 hours is what they say. And I have friends that would do like 6 hours. So I was like, is it weird? Nah, it's just, you know, I'm just bringing up the average. Welcome to getting old. Dude, I did that all my life, though, ever since I was little. So right now, I'm starting to get like 7 hours. And I'm fine. And it's weird. It's weird because it's like I would wake up after like 7 hours of sleep and like, I need more sleep, right? I'm just like doubting myself at this point. Like, right? I do. I think I do. And it's like, it's weird. But yeah, initially I had no sleep because of like, I don't know why, I just couldn't sleep. So nowadays I feel like I'm getting by with 7 hours. It's kind of nice. The big thing though is that water tastes different, right? Because it's like, that's the one beverage I'm drinking all the time. Water tastes different, which is the thing that caught me off guard. I was like, what is this? Water's weird. I don't know how to really describe it. But yeah, water was starting to taste different. And then outside of that, I can't really say anything else changed. I don't know if I'm getting clearer skin. I've never had an eye for that. I can't really tell. I don't know about less stress. I really don't. There's a lot of stuff that are like perceived benefits. I just don't know if I'm getting it. But yeah, because I didn't really eat anything sweet, it was really just soda and juice. I would buy the Minute Maid $1 cartons of like lemonade, pink lemonade, fruit punch, and I would have that in the fridge. And I would drink that like every day. Like I'd have a cup like around dinner time. And it's like, I would also have an energy drink I would drink before stream. It's an energy drink powder that you mix with like water. I mix it with tea, or I used to. And that would be how I got the day started. Got the energy drink powder, and then you ride the coffee throughout stream. Hey, shout out to Miss Chemical Stairs. So I stopped doing all that. It wasn't that big of a difference for me in terms of like my day-to-day. Just because I didn't eat a lot of sugars in general, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, man, my body still reacted to it, so it is one of those things you got to be ready for. Guys, check out the Rogue Energy. I'm partnered with them, so if you guys buy from them, I get a little bit off the referral code. Y'all know what it is. 20% off, baby. I would highly recommend what was it? There is a flavor they had that I really liked. Oh, I forgot the name of it. It was orange. I like powdered orange flavored drinks. I don't know why. Orange is also my favorite fruit, so that kind of makes sense. But yeah, I recommend that, man. A lot of the stuff is like super sweet, but I believe they use like alcohol-based sugars, not like actual syrup or anything, because it's powdered. Oh, I see. Yeah, I drink tea and coffee every day, and then water. Those are my 3 beverages right now. Drinking green tea, good for the body, right? 83. So it looks like we're going to be getting all the bleach stone and slime from here, making it into phyto oil. We got that built. We got to get a Wheezewort inside. All right, we need to bump into a new zone that has slime. I'm thinking it might be this one because it's ready. I don't want to bump into the cold biome though. So I'm thinking we go somewhere else, like maybe right here. We will be trying to grab the slime that's right here though. Very quickly. It shouldn't be too bad. And then once we get that done, our Pacu farm should be up by then. I'm going to be shearing the Rexes really fast. I might do a temporary setup, man. It would make a lot of sense to try. Alright, so we have a lot of chlorine. The oxygen is down. Yeah, we could still pump. Okay, so I think this is fair. Oh, we're no longer using this. Alright, so we would have to stop making the blast. Oh, we're out of nickel. Of all things. Okay, that's fair. Let's cut the power line. Let's do the thing. We need to make more nickel. And then we should be good. We'll make that. We gotta switch the power line because I actually don't want to run both because we don't generate enough power for that. We gotta run one ore with the metal and the blast shot maker. We're gonna do that. This is gonna have power for the pump then, so we could remove the chlorine. That dumps in here. That way we could start breathing. That also means I probably should start doing this. We're gonna start digging through here. Anything that's not ice. And then we're gonna pump out the chlorine. Right? We're gonna clean the space up. We gotta clean this place up. Have that get done. That's something we'll be able to do soon. We're getting the salt water in nice. No one's gonna jump in, right? So we just start popping these. We should be able to do both because we climb up, climb down. Should be good. All right, so this area is starting to become unbreathable. We might want to start pumping this. Right? CO2. Might be move the pump down to there. Makes more sense. Should be all right, though. There is a lot of CO2 here. And it's from the freaking peat generators. Are your fish freaking out on the seaweed? They treat it like land. Oh, I have not done anything like that yet, no. So the thing with the seaweed is that... How do I say this? It doesn't tame the critters. I'm not going to be using it. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not going to be growing the seaweed in my ranch because it doesn't tame the Pacu. And then this is 4, right? I think we go with 3. So because of that, I'm actually going to avoid using the sea combs. But yeah, I don't know the problem you're running into. I haven't seen that yet. They treat it like land? Dude, that could be a water mass thing. So technically, this top layer right here, the 95 kg, it needs to be 35%. Yeah. So the thing is the top layer of water right here where the sea combs are have to be 35%. What I mean is that you have a max mass, right? And these guys could only climb in an area that has at least 35% water mass, or they flop and fall down. Right? So because of that, that might be what the problem is, because they have to be at the ceiling. So if you don't have enough water on the top layer, I feel like they're going to run into problems. I don't know if that's the problem we're running into, though. That's just a guess, right? Zone, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. What's good, Zone? I see you over there. Wait, we not running the wheels? Aw, why we no run the wheels? Oh, they're sleeping. Okay, that's fair. That should be the problem, because I have a seacomb farm and it's fine. I see. It's weird with the seacombs, because it's like, isn't this basically trying to promote wild farming? But there's no way to convert a tame critter into a wild critter? So I'm curious if that's going to be something they add in. It would make sense, kind of, with the dinos. Not really. But it's like, that's one of the things I've always wanted in this game. A way to make a tame critter wild. Though I could see why they wouldn't allow that. You could abuse so many things in the game with that. How goes the base? It's going all right. We just finished tapping in another saltwater geyser. So this is infinite storage. We're controlling the heat so none of it leaks out. And now we're going to be getting some suits. Suit Tom. No data banks yet. That means I guess we'll grab plastic stuff like window tile. I think it's like you tame and you let it feed on seacombs. That doesn't work though. So the way a fish breeds is when they get tamed. Where's the fish? I mean, we wouldn't see it here, but there is a buff called 8 from feeder, right? That's inherently the way you get happiness. So that in and of itself bops it. Like, you could never have seacomb actually benefit you. It is only for wild farming. Oh, you don't tame Pacus? Yeah. When you don't have the like the experience with the Pacus, you know, it's a couple of nuances like that kind of slips through the cracks. It's perfectly fair. But yeah, the Pacus, you can't realistically do anything with that. It's for polluted dirt. You know what this could be for? This could be for poke shells. The thing is that I don't think they interact with it. Because if they... Well, no, not really. Poke shells and seacombs, it would be the same side of the coin. Never mind. Nah, yeah, realistically, it eats the pea dirt. Maybe there's some type of interaction where they eat both the seacomb and the feeder. Right? That can happen. I just don't see the purpose of it, you know? Because it's like, well, if you have the feeder, why do you have the seacomb? That doesn't make any sense. I see Easy Curve. Try to do my best, man. I try. But yeah, right? It's like, well, if you get the food here, use the seacomb seeds. Maybe. The only problem is that I feel like we need more things to be able to eat the seacomb or interact with it. That would be nice. Like, maybe it's setting up for a future critter. I don't know. But it's like right now, man, it doesn't really feel like there's any use for it. I hate to say that. All right, so the oxygen's gonna get pushed. Not really a big deal. And we're doing great. Let's speed this up. Bopping the germs. The power of Wheezeworts. All right, we're gonna bop the bleach stone. Put a tile here. And then we're gonna put Weezwort on the side. Yeah, it's early game use biodiesel. That's really it. I got lucky, didn't have to use it though, so I'm avoid it for now. Yeah, Phyto oil for boops. Technically oil still with Phyto oil. All right, we're getting some more refined metal because we kind of want it. This dug through pretty fast. Let's go. So we want to dig through here. All right, we're starting to get cold brine. Not bad. All right, so this is going to be where we want to dump a brine again. So we used to dump brine here, right? When it got too warm. I'm going to start doing that again. So they could dump this brine and that brine inside. And then that's going to be from this melting. If we have brine ice, I should try to add it here. Oh, we still do. Nice. So we're going to add brine ice here to chill down the area because we're generating heat with the meta refinery and the gens. I'll probably do it here as well. Mop this up, dump another temp shift plate. That way we could have the buildings cool down. Don't have anything get too hot. All right, so this is copy paste. Infinite storage is done. So now we could actually start setting up the suite. Nice. All right, so now our sweep is done. If my dupes are bored, we can start sweeping. So we're going to sweep this initial area, and then we're going to move all the stuff into infinite storage. Try to get that started. We're waiting to feed the area with more water. We might be out of water, but I'm hoping we have enough. Here. The bottle emptier, this is at 7. It should be fine. This is ready. We'll sweep up the items here. And then we could clean up the area so we get better decor. Not that we need it, but, you know, it's kind of nice. I'm going to start getting rid of the diffusers. Because I know we're not going to need it anymore. Maybe we might keep that one because of the separated pocket. We know we want to get rid of that, though. Ah, salt water here. That might be why. Okay, let's bump these to an 8 then. I could see why that's not getting any dumps. Yeah. So we just do these at 8. Should be good. Temp shift plate made out of brine. Bump this up to 7. Alright, look at that. Immediately gets cold. And it's spreading pretty fast. All right, so this is basically gonna be right here fighting all the heat being generated, so it evens out. It's not bad. CO2 flow, it's gotten better. The next bottle gap bottleneck is right here, it looks like. This is only because of the lip. I could probably remove that now and it'd be fine. Otherwise, it's not bad. It's not bad. Oh, we can't reach this. Okay, so that is right here. There's slime right there we can't reach. And then CO2, we need to move it out still. So that's where the polluted stuff is coming from. Okay. So there is breathing through the polluted oxygen, but the CO2, man, not the business right now. I guess we should do this. This is going to be how we would want to fix that. Set that up. Salt water slowly adding in now that it's actually being added. And nice. This is done. So now the slime here is good. We could actually open everything up. Let the salt water spill. Mechatronics. Nobody. All right, boys. We got another prediction. People of chat. Oh, I got gloves. I have these, right? 11 glovelets. Yep, that's a duplicate. God damn it. Goddamn gloves. Wow. Dude, I'm impressed how different the predictions come out to be, man. Addy rocks on a roll. This guy's gonna end stream with the millions of channel points he has. All right, boys. Gloves for the win. No man, one no duplicates. D Marathon, the 3 stream streak. I see you over there. Shout out to you. All right, boys, another 30-minute prediction. You guys got time before we make the next blueprint. All right, bleach stone. All right, here, here, here. And then we want to do that. Do that. Do that. All right, we just want to climb up, climb down, try to get a lot of this taken care of. Saltwater, we have space for it. It's okay. Yo, look at these guys. They're trapped. Oh my god, the dinosaurs are so jank. What the hell is this? The upside down pitcher pump trap. They're stuck. They're actually stuck. Oh my god. Echo always thinks it's gloves. Oh, he got cursed. So I never got gloves until Julie came in and cursed me. And then I got gloves every day after that, and I was so mad. So it sounds like Echo got cursed, man. It happens. What's going on, Jacob? Welcome in. Mamba's in the other room. I put a picture up of him, but you know how it is. Mamba's chilling. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Hope you're having a good one so far. Hope the week is going great. But yeah, doing some Oni todays. Right now, we are getting some builds. Trying to get bleachstone and lime for the blast shots. But once we have enough, we are going to make it to the top. Doing a little bit of trimming right now for the base. Otherwise, we are going to be trying to get some reed fiber. Oh, we got some. Nice. Oh, look at his butt. Feels bad. Alright, so we need to help him out, man. I mean, we did get some feathers. That's not bad. It's definitely always gloves. I see you guys over there. I got shorts today, and then we got gloves afterwards. YCK, welcome in. Sometimes it's pants, mostly gloves. On the day we get, like, Dreamboat, that's going to be the day we break the curse. That Dreamboat is nice, man. That's all I got to say. One day, I will get a Dreamboat. One day, one day. Alright, we're going to be digging out a lot of the tiles. We're going to be trying to dig out anything that's not ice, and then we let the ice do its thing. Cold area, let's go. Shorts are just gloves on your legs. Are shoes gloves? But you know, in Germany, they call the gloves hand shoes. How does that work? In Germany, they call gloves hand shoes. What's going on, Gilbert? I see you over there. This guy DM'd me on Reddit. Shout out to Gilbert, man. Someone posted my Dracobox design and was like, I couldn't find who made this. And then someone's like, oh, where'd you get the design from? And they said some random person, I don't know. And I had to correct them, like, yo, man, this is my design. What the heck is this? There are only like certain things in the game I would call my design. This one is one of them. Trapdoor Aqua Tuner. And then the Dreco Ranch. Those two things are my design, dude. My Niobium Tamer too. I came up with all that without any, like, those are all original creations. But yeah, a lot of the stuff I have on my YouTube channel, it's not my design. I would put my name on it, but some of the stuff is. And those things I have to point out, right? Like, yo, man, that's mine, dude. I created this. You're gonna give me credit, man. Shout out to Gilbert, man. That would have been another one that slipped through the cracks. Gloves don't have laces, though. They can. Back in the days, they would have the laces around the wrist to keep the gloves on. Because they didn't have the stretchy fabric. Lupswar, welcome in. I see you over there. Hey ho, hey ho. Alright, speed this up. Bottle emptier, liquid vent can have more air in to dupe the fill. Pacu tank. I guess we could. Yeah, that could be a thing too. Baseball gloves have laces. Oh, that's a good one. I didn't think about the baseballs, but yeah, that's true. All right, a little bit of a pressure issue because of the water, but I think it's fine. Everything else is looking all right. No power. Are we not doing the research anymore? I guess it's fine. We're going to cut the power again. And the logic is because we don't really need to do the research anymore. We got everything that we kind of want already. So everything here should be fine. We're going to be digging through this biome. Should be not too bad. We're going to leave the items there, of course. Then we're going to be bobbing the other stuff that's not ice. I don't want to get stuck, right? Should be pretty good. Work, Aaron, biodiesel. We have bleach though. We should be fine. Oh, trimming that. Let's go. So you guys could probably tell I'm not doing anything for food storage yet. I'm not cooking food yet. And that's because I'm waiting for power, which is going to be something that I'm waiting for plastic for. Now, a lot of times, if you really want, you could force that, right? If you have some sort of resource you're willing to burn. But in my case, I don't really want to keep doing that because I'm running low on peat. And I need to try to get a new resource in. So we're going to be converting our food source to Pacus. And then we're going to be eating Pacus as a food source so that we could get away from these plants. Because these plants require us to ranch these guys. Maybe we'll make a weird ranch design for this. To kind of make it work. But I want to get away from peat if I can. And then we're going to need to get fossil for lime at some point. Alright, so the amber is going to be important. I want to start pumping out the CO2 from here. So that we could have breathability be a lot better. Because it's really bad right now. Down here. 2,000. And the problem is the polluted oxygen on the side. I mean, we could just try to actively bottle everything. What's going on, Julie? I see you over there. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? Jawbone fillet. Oh, snap. One of them finally died. Smoked fish. Okay, that's not too bad. we're gonna be digging through 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, after we dig the top, we'll be okay. And then we want to dig this. This melted, that means we could dig through the bottom, which is kind of nice. And we're still trying to dump water here. I might actually want to take on more dupes now, because it's taking some time for the dupes to get anything done. Maybe we'll do a toilet upgrade soon. That wouldn't be bad. And how much are we at? So we're at 20k, 300k. So the power is pretty good. We have enough stored up. We're at 55 still. Everything's pretty great. How's the impending doom? We're at 85 shots. And we have about 71 cycles. So we're going to go up soon. Hopefully, you know, it's not that bad, but we'll see. We'll see. I want to get some suits before we go up. What's the steam turbine room for? Aqua tuner. Cooling down my spawn. Right, so this is at a nice controlled 22. 22. And then everything comes out at 22. 21.9, I guess that's fair. But yeah, it's really just to get the spawn nice and tempered. So my base is going to be slowly cooling down. Or maintaining temperature, because some of the critters are hot. But yeah, purposely we have some green spots trying to cool down. I should probably get some ice on the side. Spot's getting hot. Bob gets all the treats. I've been feeding Mamba more wet food recently. And he's gotten spoiled. He's gotten to a point where he's like actively demanding wet food. he will stand in front of the wet food bowl. That's a specific bowl, right? And he'd just meow at me. I'm just kind of like, okay, man, we have to wean him off. It's only gonna be a treat if he thinks it's a treat, right? So it's at the point where I'm just kind of like, you know what, man, Mamba, you the best, but at the same time, yo, man, you can't be having that every day. That's wet food, man. It's got to be a treat. Though I still want to feed the little baby as much as I can. Kitty process. They're too smart for their own good, man. They really are. Alright, so far so good. We want to copy this here, and then we want to decon this. Okay, we want to release the salt water, so this is probably fine. Yeah, salt water is going to spill. No big deal. And then from here, this is kind of a pain, so we have to do this. Do that, and then I need to put a ladder here, I guess, to reach the top. Saltwater spill here is not a big deal. We probably just do that so that we get the spill right there. I dropped off the foster kitties today. They're getting ready for adoption. So you don't get to keep any of them? Julie, how does that work? Does that mean you don't get any of the babies? You could adopt them if you wanted to. Ah, I see, I see. Gotta pay the adoption fee. Gotcha, gotcha. Are you going to, though? Any plans for that? Maybe you grew attached to one of the little babies. Do get a discount. Thinking. I see you, I see you. Oh, sorry about that. I had to sneeze. You gotta get one that, you know, is cool with the other kitties. Viewers want you to, of course. Who doesn't want another adopted kitty in their life, right? Alright, we're gonna pause on the nickel. And then we are going to redo this. And then we're gonna do the blast shots again, because we should be fine. Biodiesel. We should be able to do everything here. Pets are that's true. That's a thing. You gotta feed the babies, and then you have this. Always, you have this urge to like. I gotta, you know, splurge on them. You know what I'm saying? You gotta buy the babies what they want. And then it's like, it's not even that you gotta buy the babies what they want. It's like, you want to buy it for them. Like, man, this would be cool, man. He could interact with it on stream. All right, it's getting hot, 43 degrees. So it's warming the area up, although it's not direct contact, so it's not going to be that good. But it is warming up. We're getting there. Salt water is perfect. Infinite storage is ready. Let's go. Everything's going pretty well. So we're going to be bopping the slime germ so that we can get more phyto oil. We got the top bopped, so that means we could remove this. Climb up is fine, so that means we go down this way. And then we could trim everything down. Works out pretty well. Do we have the fossil crush? Yes, we do. Pretty good. Sweeping. Can't be mad. All right, so now we can't get stuck up here. We're just waiting for everything to kind of melt. Not bad. So suit forge. I might do that here. Use the other peat generator. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll put it by the spawn. That's probably the smartest thing to do. So let's get rid of all this. And then we'll put it here. And then we could make it next to this using the hydrogen. Because how often are you really going to be making suits, right? We could probably get away with that. Just use the hydrogen power to get that ready. 58. We're almost going to get a full delivery of water. We could actually do it early if we really wanted to. Because we don't have water inside the pipes right now. Yeah, why not? So it's at 58. We're going to do 55. That's how it's going to work. Drip down. All right. And then we got to close the door. Oh, did I not do this? This is at 3. I think the 5 was good, though, actually. So we're going to go up to 8. Okay. So hot water gets pumped out. Directly goes in. This salt water accumulates. And then this is going to refill right here. You don't need a lot of water, right? And it's not even active right now anyways, but it's going to be fine. And then temperature is controlled now. So now we have to pump this. This has priority, right? You see this is moving, but not this. So we set up the pipes in a way so that we have the inside become priority. It's good stuff, good stuff. Bonbons, oh shit. Ooh, oh my god. What a dupe. What a menace to society. Narcoleptic flatulence. What an absolute menace to society. I actually wouldn't take a Mari either, because I don't want a rocket pilot that, well, actually, I guess he's not bad. Can't attack, can't cook. Tidying, rocketry, ranching. So it's like he could never fight back against the Poke Shells, and if there's an uprising. All right, we're taking the bonbons. My office is so quiet and clean now. It's nice to not fight for the keyboard. Hey. You know, maybe one day you'll be like, man, you remember those days when the kittens were all over my keyboard? That day might come, man. I'm just saying. You're going to remember the good old days. You might miss them, man. Maybe. Who knows? Right? Who knows? Alright, we're going to run the heavy wire instead of the conductive. We could fit it, though. I just, you know, rather use ore than refined metal for that. No more half-eaten cables. That's one thing I'm kind of happy about Mamba. He doesn't chew through cables. He doesn't chew through cables. I'm so happy he doesn't. Not gonna lie. I'm so happy he doesn't do that. Wait, we gotta wait on that. We're digging this right now. I don't want my man's getting stuck. Don't dig this. Oh, he's trying to sabotage himself. Nice. Alright, so now we can do this. 5 kittens, though, it's really too many for one person. Most kitties don't chew cables after they grow up a little bit, but Bob is special cable muncher. No, Bob just thinks he's still a kitten. That's what it is. Bob just thinks he's still a kitten. I imagine he's always like just chilling. Alright, we're gonna force feed this guy so that he grows some feathers. Yo man, Bob's, you know, he believes he's who's that guy that made that song? Is that Aerosmith? I wanna be forever young. Is that Aerosmith? Who sang that? I forget who it was. Alright, man. This is taking forever, man. I'm actually gonna bump this to a 9. Did we just not have enough salt water? We could mop this up. Regular water, salt water, auto bottle. This is gonna be ready. Alright, let's try to mop up the spills here. That was Alphaville? Really? I've never heard of that, dude. Maybe Bob's an IT engineer with OCD and he doesn't like cable management. Wouldn't that make him become the best cable manager of all time, though? To the point where he might get, you know, headhunted to go work for, like, HBO. Like, sometimes, man, if you're that good, you're that good. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Listen, my cable management's pretty good at this point. I see you over there, Julie. I'm so good at hiding cables, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. My cables is a mess. You guys want to see my cables, dude? It's so bad. Dude, all my cables. And then my PC's right here. It's just on the floor, dude. Hey man, I have one heavy watt wire. The thing is that Mamba can go back there. He really can. He could go all the way back there and mess everything up, but he just doesn't. You know what the funny thing is? Mamba went back there one time and he got tangled. Now, the only thing about it that was really nice is that he got stuck. He didn't panic. And then I let him out. He was able to walk out. And then he scurried out, right? You know, like a Mamba does. And then he never went back there again. It's like he learned his lesson or something. Like, that's the way I would describe it. I don't know if he actually learned anything. You know, he's a Mamba, right? The trauma's real. Got that real life trauma, man. But yeah, he got tangled and he was like, oh man, never again. Oh, Infinite. Oh, Cthulhu. He's trying. He's pumping, but nothing's pumping. Who cut the water? He's never gonna actually get out of this loop. Are we doing overgrow plant? I'm just doing my simple design. I was gonna make a video on this, but then someone stole the design and posted it on Reddit and claimed that it was theirs. And then I'm just kind of like, man, should I even make a design anymore? And I'm like kind of on the fence of whether or not I should actually make a video for this. But yeah. No, it was on Reddit. Someone saw me live stream build this because I was going through designs. And then a couple days later, it was on Reddit, claimed that was theirs. The funny thing was, it was the exact same design. And I was just kind of like, dude, they didn't even try to fit. No, you open the doors. The plants stay if you open the doors. If you remove the doors, they break. I know a way around this, though. I know a way around this. The problem is that I can't get in a single ranch without any outside help a way that looks good and is viable. I could get 80% of the way there. And then it still looks kind of jank and ugly. But I have a design. I should probably make that video, post it, and then I'll build it live and stream. I'll probably have to do that next week, though. Building the lum design. Because I'll probably get the video done by the weekend. Posted, you know. I have a couple of designs. Realistically, though... yeah, some of the designs are bugged. They could only... so the lum's stomp range is their coverage range. 2x2. They stomp, and it's basically where the character is at. So they do a 2x2 stomp, which is why this design works really well. So the problem with it, if you do the math, you need 9 tiles for the buildings. And then each plant is 25 tiles that you have to be able to provide. That ends up being 86 tiles that is predetermined you have to have. So that means you have 12 tiles, right? That you could kind of like have as dead space. But the problem is that when you're putting doors like this, you have to keep the rooms together. Otherwise, you can't call them over to be groomed, right? Because it has to be the single stable. I could bypass the door, but it's like there's a lot of things that you have to have working right, and you don't have enough free space to kind of sacrifice for this. That's the thing with that. So you could make one of these ranches, it just ends up looking really ugly. I have one design that works pretty well. It's almost perfect. Not really. There's still some nuance to it you kind of have to do. But yeah, there is some things you could do to make it work. I just don't know if it's worthwhile. But yeah, I should make a video about it. I'll work on that maybe tomorrow, Wednesday. Tomorrow's gonna be indie day, so we're gonna be doing some indie games. It'll be good times. And then I could end stream early and start getting my lum video started. Maybe we'll do that. But yeah, I got some ideas. You could fix the vine bug. Oh yeah. Talking about this. So sometimes it curls up before you get 12. I don't know why it does that, but yeah, for the most part, it will fix like that. Yes. I know how to fix it though. It's pretty straightforward. I just don't want to put it out there yet, because then someone's going to be like, oh yeah, this is the fix, before I get the video out. So it's like I have to just hold it back. I have a solution, though. I have a solution. I hate that I have to do that now, but I have to do it that way. Because I don't have, like, an editor that's, like, going through my stream, editing that part, and then posting the clip. You know? If I had that, it would be a lot simpler, and then we could start having different type of content. But yeah. Getting back into Oni, I need to settle myself in. Because I haven't played the game in, like, a month. And then I need to, like, you know, warm back up, get the engine running, and then hopefully we'll be back in shape. All right. So what was we doing? 87. We have a lot of biodiesel. We have the nickel for this. We're really just making the shots, right? We have everything we need. Peat's going down, so we need to get plastic. We're trying to get a Pacu ranch. Yes, that is something I'm actually going to go over in my design as well, Zaki. There is something you could do to make it really easy. And there's a lot of weird combinations you could do that don't really make sense, but you could do it that way. But there's a lot of weird things you could do. But yeah, it's basically... I don't think there's going to be a perfect design for this, is what it comes down to. I don't think there's going to be, like, you know how my Dreckle Ranch design? You do everything you need in the Dreckle Ranch. Brush, shear, refill. Right? You could do all that. With these guys, it feels like you want to use the other food. It's just way too much water. That's the problem. You never want to grow bristleberries and bog jellies because of how much water they consume, right? Relative to the vine, because this is 90, right? This bristleberry plant, oh no, it's only 20, but you don't get enough calories per cycle, so you're gonna have to multiply, right? Yeah, but if you have the water, see, the thing I think the problem is that you have to have a specific temperature range, which means you have to spend power to temper it. I think that's going to be the reason why most builds aren't going to be using water-based plants unless they have that geyser specifically for that. Like, this is at 30 degrees, so this works really well. But otherwise, it's like getting the water to the temperature range is going to be potentially where you lose a lot of the value. That's just my opinion, though. Like, considering if you have to run the aqua tuner or a tempanizer, depending on, you know, the temperature range you're trying to get to. Which leads me to believe it's like you probably want to just do hatches. Hatches are still king. Pacus are still king. Gotta go with it, man. Alright, so this pump. Alright, nice. We getting rid of this. We gotta stop pumping. Dreckles are so good. Yeah, they are. I feel like the original set of critters are still at the, you know, they're the top still. They're still at the top. It's hard to beat Pacus. It's hard to beat shovels. It's hard to beat hatches. It really is, man. They do a lot. Don't mess with the OGs. They OG for a reason, man. Without the OGs, none of these other critters would be here. But then if you think about it, aren't the dinos the OGs? Because in the Oni timeline, they were there first. Right? So it's like, who is the real OG? How does this work? Forgot about Shine Bugs. Shine Bugs! You know what? Shine Bugs only got better with the radiation update, but before that, they were kind of mid. They were kind of mid. With the radiation change, they are amazing. Because Shine Bugs, you could put them in a slime biome, and then the germs would slowly disappear from the slime on the tiles. If you had a slime lung break, you could do a hallway, right? And put 2 Shine Bugs inside, and then none of the slime lung gets through. Like, it's so good. If you have a germ breakout anywhere, you just put a slime Shine Bug there, and it cleans it up. It's so good. It really was. You don't even need the chlorine, dude. The shine bugs were just that good. Unless you mean like shine bug sanitation, right? In which case, yeah, shine bugs were just really good for that. And it was the fact that they moved around, so you could just put them in an area and they just naturally will clean it out. Yeah, you need it spaced out. You need it spaced out, 100%. But if you did have it, the shine bugs were good. If you didn't have it, the shine bugs were bad. That's really what it comes down to. Because the light source you only really need for like the lab room, right? Light source. Outside of that, I guess you could put it in the kitchen and it would hang out. But it's like at the same time, man, it didn't really do too much. It wasn't a fit. Oh, what happened? They moved Bleachstone out. He broke my liquid lock. Holy shit. We gotta fix this, boys. Easiest way to fix. You put a tile back in the middle, pushes up the oil. We might have to put a tile there, but it depends. So there's a lot of things with this, I would say. If there's two different gases here, like CO2 chlorine, kind of like this, do not build tile. You want one gas type on both tiles. If you don't have one gas type on two tiles like this, and you have this setup with the CO2 chlorine, you will delete the oil. And you're going to be sad because I don't have oil on the map. And this is all we got. So don't self-jabate. There's a lot of ways. This game is jank. I will say this right now. There are way too many ways you could self-jabate yourself. I'm not kidding. There are so many ways where you could screw yourself over. There's a lot of weird ways you could delete stuff in the game. And it's done accidentally. Sometimes you don't even know it's getting deleted. They try to make it less often with a couple of updates that made doing internet pressure a little bit easier, but you still get instances where it still happens. There's the liquid crusher. When you see that, it pushes it up and everything's clean. Now we can remove this, and then we got our liquid lock back. But when you have two separate gases, you don't push anything over, so the space is occupied, which means the oil doesn't spawn up here, and then that means it gets deleted, which is why that happens, right? So in our case, we're doing this to create a vacuum. We're good again. But a lot of times, you gotta watch out for that. There's another thing I should really... Wait a second. Just 8? Hey, let's go. He actually got a dub. Okay, these guys keep breaking out. We're gonna give you a second, buddy, so that we can get some more feathers. Let's go. We're not gonna tame them. At least not yet. We're just gonna feed them some dartles that broke out of the base. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. We'll beat them up. Thanks. All right, so we got the suits in. Atmos suits. Oh, it's one recipe with a nice freaking overlay. This is so much nicer. We're gonna run nickel because iron's gonna be used for steel. I might eventually want to use iron though. I'll be honest. They nerf shine bugs if they're OP. The solar panel designs with shine bugs isn't worth it. The game isn't coded so that you could do that, because what happens is that you run into lag issues. You lose frames. 95, one more, boys. We literally just need one more. We are missing biodiesel, so it's slime. Okay, are we done here? Almost. Is this within range? No, it's not. Okay, we're just gonna move it then. Let's get rid of this. We'll get the build in, and then those tiles are popped. Boom, boom, boom. It smells like nerd in here. I mean, we're on the internet, dude. That means you're smelling yourself. Maybe take a shower. I don't know what to tell you, man. Y'all remember Emerald Lagasse on the Food Network? He was trying to implement something called smell-o-vision. He didn't get it. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. He never got smell-o-vision, dude. It feels bad. You just smell so bad it smells through the internet. Who said nerds is bad though? I'm gonna be real, man. You ever went out to Friday Night Magic? You ever go out to the logo like GameStop and do like Friday Night Magic, man? I just gotta ask. Surely, man. I'm just saying, man. I don't think it be like it is, but it do. I didn't think it was real, dude. And then, you know, I went one of those Friday Night Magics. I was like, man, I didn't want to say anything. Magic's tight, man. Magic the Gathering is actually the best game. Like, Magic the Gathering is Path of Exile for people that like card games. Avenir, appreciate the lurks. I see you over there, man. It's like you get so many combinations. You could do any like weird combo deck. Just comes out to like balancing and stuff, but it's really good, dude. It really is. Alright, we need this to go dig that. And then after that is all ice in the air. All we gotta do is, you know, just heat it up, let the ice melt, and we'll be fine. We're gonna move out a lot of the solids out. That way we don't have to worry too much about the items that we dug out, keeping everything cold. What we might do is take some of this brine and like purposely like dump it on this. Thought the old PC game Shalandalar looked cool. Is that one of the decks from old school days? MDG was nice for a while, then they dropped the ball. Not sure how they've been doing since COVID. I think around that time, they properly made the first card game that wasn't the original MTGO Online. Oh, we have to take Liam. We'll take him. So originally, the only way to play Magic the Gathering Online was using their own platform. And what they really wanted to do was, if you wanted to, you could be able to scan your card and upload it so that it's like you could use your real cards in real life on the internet game, right? And then otherwise, you had to pay real money to buy the cards on that website. So it was one of those weird things where it's like, why would you want to buy cards online when you don't get a physical copy? So it wasn't that popular. People still went out by themselves with their own handmade, you know, with their own physical decks. Then around COVID, you know what they came out with? MTG Arena. It was basically Hearthstone style, where you could pay for like not loot box, but like currency, and then use the currency to do events. But otherwise, you could just play the game, do dailies, and get cards for free. And that was really popular because there wasn't a like big buy-in in order to get a good deck. You could literally play the game. There's MMR rating, right? So you get, you know, matched up against other new players. And then you would, you know, do the dailies, make the decks, and then you'd be able to play the different type of formats, which is really nice. I want to say they're doing better now with that, but I'm not actually sure because I stopped playing it. You built your first submerged spawn. Good stuff, TL. Did you get the cooling system in? Or is it just infinite pressure? I mean, in either case, that's really nice. Solve the oxygen problem. If you got the cooling, it's perfectly fine then. Just did the infinite pressure cooling, man. That's gonna be the next step. This is, you don't have to do it this way. This is just my design. You could run a steam turbine aqua tuner, the generic setup next to it, and it would work the same way. But you really just, you know, run the radiant pipe on top of the box, and then you're good. But yo, man, good stuff, good stuff. That's a big jump. Once you build those, man, it's so nice because you don't even have to think about generating oxygen anymore. It literally becomes a thing that it's like out of sight, out of mind, and you're not really worried about it. You're not gonna get shafted because you forgot about it or anything like that. Everything's great now. So yo, good stuff, my dude. You can now worry about other things, like where your power is gonna be coming from, things like that. When my friend introduced me to MTG, I asked for the proxies were okay. I came in with a blue, white, red burn deck that skimmed the top tier list and had beaten without pushback. He was upset. Dude, that's nothing, man. When I first got into Magic the Gathering, I was a freshman in college. And you know what happens? I was like, what's this? He's like, don't worry, man. This is a card game. You play card game? I'm like, yeah, I played some Hearthstone, some stuff like that. So what had happened was that I was excited because I was like, I was learning the rules. I've seen people play, but I've never played it myself. So they gave me a starter deck and I played against my homie that was good. I whooped his ass with the starter deck 3 games in a row and he gave up. That was the funniest thing, man. All his homies were watching too. I was like, wait, don't I just swing? And he was like, yeah, you could do that. Doesn't that mean I win? He's like, yep, you win. I was like, yo. Everyone was started giving him shit because he used, like in his friend group with the homies that were watching, that I was meeting for the first time, he would whoop their ass every time. And I came in with a starter deck. So here's the thing though, caveat, my starter deck was mono red. If you know anything about mono red, you know why that works that way. The MTV Spring Break Magic the Gathering Spotlight is something to watch. MTV still exists? What the heck? That's still a thing? I thought MTV devolved into Rob Deerdeck channel. Dude, for like the last 10 years, I swear, if you go on MTV at any time of the day, it's always Rob Deerdeck's Ridiculousness TV show. Reruns on end. And then for like 1 hour, you get Pawn Stars. And then, you know, that was it. That was the entire, like, catalog, man. And then occasionally you get Robin Big. It's still Rob Deerdeck. Like, Rob Deerdeck is cool. I grew up watching him, man. I used to watch Robin Big like that. But the thing is like, I was like, dude, why is he just on all day? It's like, they'll go through, like, his entire season in a day. Next day, it's another season. Dude, man, shout out to MTV. They're still alive. I miss back in the days when they had pop-up video and they would, like, play the music video for the song that's popular at the time, and then they would come up with be like, hey man, this shot took 100 takes, they couldn't get the landing right, or like, you know, something kept going wrong, and they would... Oh man, someone's dying. We have to mine the ice. I'm in. Free yourself. Oh no, the slip while suffocating. We good, we good, we good. Yo, that was goddamn. All right, so that's all ice here, except for this tile, which we can't really do anything about. Then we do that. Nice. Now, it's a vintage clip. MTV Magic the Gathering clip from 97. Oh, man. I haven't... No, man, I haven't seen that. I have not seen that. You ever play Game Boy Color, Pokemon card game? Oh yeah, Pokemon TCG was a classic. That was what got me into card games. I played Pokemon growing up, dude. I'm not even kidding. I played a water deck. I had the... I only had one deck growing up, and it was the water deck, but it was way too strong. It was the Rain Dance Blastoise, and I had Pokemon Breeder. So I would turn one Squirtle, you know, do the thing, let him go. And then breed Blastoise, Rain Dance, energy, energy, energy. And it's like, dude, I'm gonna Hydro Pump next turn. Better be able to tank that. It's unless he has like one of the special Pikachus with like, you know, Power Ball or Lightning Ball or something like that. Like, I'm gonna wreck him. And then you would play like Dugong, because that was like beefy, one evolution. You get the Aurora Beam. It was nice. It was nice. I grew up with Pokemon TCG, dude. It was nice. How old do you think I am? As for the topic of card game battles, but closer to Auto Battler, new game, some popularity is the Bazaar. I haven't seen it. What's the Bazaar? I feel like you're young. No. What's young? Actually, you know what? I'll take it. What is young, though? It's never bad to be considered young. Have a good one, Julie. Appreciate you popping in, hanging out, and we'll see you next time. Oh, you younger than me? I'm older than you, man. You can't call someone older than you young, so I'm old then, in your perspective. Right? You can't call someone... Yeah, I'm older than you, man. Julie graduated high school in 94. Yo, man, do you know who Air Supply is? Tacos? Julie probably does. If you don't know Air Supply, man, come on. I'm that much older than you are. Oh, ancient. Damn, son. Calm down with those words. Ancient? Yo, man, who's teaching this guy English? What? Julie knows, though, man. Julie knows. Bazaar is hard to describe, but the closest thing would be an auto battler with some deck building capabilities. Is it like 9 kings? Timo! I imagine you're buying a dupe for Julie. I'm gonna read your mind, Timo. Yep, I knew it. Who was it? Who was it you would like to claim? We got Turner, Bert, Lindsay, Ruby, Bubbles, Liam. That is true, man. Heat Death is gonna suck. I see you over there, Timo. Any preference? If not, I'm giving her Bubbles. I imagine when Julie was growing up, she had a phase where she dyed her hair black and did the 9 Inch Nails Marilyn Manson concerts, and she was going through the phase. So we're gonna go with Bubbles. We're gonna give her the all black white setup. We'll give her the PhD dress. Can we get her long gloves that go up to her biceps? You did see White Zombie open for Pantara? Yo, man. I see you over there. Not a fan of 9 Inch Nails? Or, oh yeah, we got the long gloves. Can we get the long shoes, too? I want the long boots that go up to the knees. Rise Against the Machine? Wasn't cool enough to be goth? Feels bad. That usually means my parents didn't let me. Julie's in. Just Rise Against. Oh, okay, my bad. Julie was a nerd. Nerds are cool. Nothing wrong with nerds. Nerds were my favorite candy growing up. I stopped eating that though the first time I went to the dentist. Oh, I see your tacos. Yo, man. Feels bad. You don't get to live through the memes. That's tough. That's tough. Sci-fi books. Yo, man. Battlestar Galactica. Star Trek. Andromeda. All that. I see you over there. Live long and prosper. I see you, Julie. I see you, Julie. But books. Oh. Only the books. I could never do sci-fi, only fantasy for books at least. I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't read books. Dude, I was watching the finals preview for the NBA, and one of the top players in one of the teams in the finals, he was asked, do you like reading books? Star Trek The Next Generation. I see you over there. And he was like, yeah, I don't like books that's all words. I like books with pictures in it, because when there's too many words on the book, my head hurts. I was like, that is such a jock response that I just couldn't help but laugh, dude. I was like, dude, that's me, man. Too many words, head hurts. Like, I'm good, man. Give me some pictures. That's why I read manga, dude. That's why I read manga. Sticky keys. I see you over there. Coloring book's a book. Yo, man. I read a coloring book if I didn't have to color it in. Nothing wrong with coloring books. Coloring books are cool. Oh, we have enough shots. We're in, boys. Oh my god, we're in. Okay, it's gonna be time. This guy's feathers is at 13%. Did we never move the dartle? We gotta move another one. All right, really gotta go. We're gonna try to shoot it down today, yeah, because we can. I feel like, and of course, we have this slime mold right there I want to tackle. So that's probably gonna be through here. It's probably gonna be the play. So let's go through. Yeah, let's put ladders. And the logic with using ladders instead of tiles, even though tiles give you a move speed bonus, is airflow, right? I think it's gonna be fine. All right, so I think we will want to go through here. Let's use proper spacing. So here, 3, 4, 4. Right? Because this is proper spacing. 4 space gap. 4 space gap. 4 space gap. Cancel that. That means we'll do it like this. And then we'll want this to be the setup. Yeah. We got 4 free shots in the cabinets. Nice. Yeah, we're at 97 right now. We should be good. I will make the rest of these. We're gonna put the extra blast shots on a pedestal somewhere. Have it decorate the base. And then we're gonna remove the blast shot maker because we're not gonna need this anymore. I had ChatGPT write my audiobooks into a list that I could share with people. Yo! I see you over there. This guy has ChatGPT write audiobooks. people on the internet, man, they take ChatGPT and they could do manga voiceovers and anime recaps. Oh, what about the spoiler? That's true too. Dude, man, I have like 3 to 4 go-tos for that. Anime recap, not gonna lie. Alright, we know it's gonna be like this. I think we're just gonna run a straight up setup like that. And then we're just gonna run shale. I have ChatGPT convert bad handwriting into text for me. Oh, wow. So you have it reading off of a camera? That's kind of impressive. Wait, hold up. So your ChatGPT could read... Oh, no, bro. Oh, no, he's fine, he's fine. You can breathe up there, you can breathe up there. Yeah, you fine, you fine. So a lot of this is from the water spillage. If we mop up the liquid here, we'll be fine. That's all we gotta do. We gotta mop up the liquid. The liquid is slowing the dupes down because it immediately gives them the debuff. Gotta get rid of the water. Voice podcast out of text. Yeah, man. There's a lot of channels that do that. Like, that's just what they want to do. There's a market for that, man. Impressively. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start doing voiceovers of random stuff and just start posting it on the channel. I just don't know what I could read. You guys have any ideas of stuff I could read to do a voiceover channel? I don't even know if that's a good idea or not. See, the problem with manga recaps is that I don't know where to get the good manga. I feel like all of them already have a recap already. Do a One Piece recap that's gonna last 10 years. Oh, dude. Dude, the Reddit stories are made from ChatGPT, though. There is literally, like, so many... Like, when ChatGPT came out and AI, a lot of the Reddit channels got flooded with fake stories. Like, there's a Reddit called Malicious Compliance, right? Where it's like, I'll do what you want me to do, but then it's gonna screw you over in the end type of story. Read the entries from the wiki GG. Oh, man. Maybe we could do that. But yeah, realistically, I want to find like a theme of stuff. Dude, I like so much of that stuff from that subreddit, though. It's fake. That's the thing. I mean, you could still be entertained by the stories, though, right? All right, so we are gonna do 2 reses. That temperature is not gonna matter. And then we do kind of want to remove the chlorine still. All right, we're gonna cut the power then in that case. And then I want this pumping. Part of the issue I got annoyed with ChatGPT was because it ruined drama Reddits. Dude, so much of that, like, stuff that doesn't matter but it's entertaining got ruined. 100%. It really did. Doesn't seem to understand what a war pickaxe slice keeps making them the tridents. Oh, yeah. It's tough, man. It's hard to get some of this stuff into, like, work, so to speak. Okay, so we're gonna need a bottle emptier here. I think we're gonna have to pitcher pump from here. It's kind of weird. We're gonna need to dig that through. How it can't make a full glass of wine because every image out there is always half full. Really? Wait, is that a thing? I've never knew about that. Is that really a thing? That's actually kind of funny. Oh, it can't do the, what is that? Is that, Leonardo DiCaprio, the artist? With the melted clocks? No, that's the, Dalai Lama? No. Fuck. Who did that? Not, it wasn't Dalai Lama. I'm mixing up names, dude. Of, like, the names that sound very similar. Do you guys know the painting I'm talking about, right? With the melted clocks? I forget the name of the painting as well. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. Salvador Dali. Thank you, thank you. I see you over there, Lugisana. Alright, we're still trying to do more bottle emptiers here, and then we're going to try to move the hot water to here if we can. Try to move that, dig that out. Alright, so everything else here is just trying to melt. Alright, we're going to try to melt this the normal way, try to go up, try to finish that, and we're going to be trying to get the Meteor Blaster up today. Okay. I don't want too much here, so we're just going to do a very meme setup. I will want to try to get more suits. I just don't think I'll be able to get it in time. Right? He has to eat a lot to regrow the feathers. Right. This is good. Now we could mine out the salt biome right there. This is done as well. We could just mop this up. This is out of water because of the plant down there. Okay. We're gonna bop this. Not really. We don't need to do that. I don't think we could really save that yet. Wouldn't the regolith fall into the lock? We don't have to go straight up. We could pop up right here. I haven't seen AI Minecraft, no. There's a lot of things I feel like could be AI generated and be made better, but I honestly don't think we're at that point in technological advancement where our lives are going to be made better with AI. We're not at that point yet. People are really trying to push for it, and there's companies that advertise it. I really don't think we're there yet. Yeah, I mean, when you have things like redstone changing how the blocks work, yeah, it's gonna have weird trips like that. But it honestly, it still feels limited. It doesn't feel like true AI. It feels like, I don't know how to describe it. It's honestly just not there yet, IMO. Will it get there? Who knows? All right, so now we don't do this. We do brine here, auto bottle. We try to use the warm brine into this lock. That's not at 20. Right? And then the logic with this is that we try to warm it up, and then that adds heat into this area, which potentially starts melting the area down. We're trying to remove the chlorine so it's more breathable. We'll probably want to add more oxygen this way as well. Yeah, and then we're trying to get extra oxygen in here, stockpiled, so that when we need it for the suits, we don't actually have to pull from the line. And that's going to take forever, right? So doing it early allows us to kind of get ahead. It's going to be kind of nice. I still want to remove the CO2 at the bottom, if I can. Heat's at 35 tons. Feels like AI has the intelligence of a dupe. They could make a masterwork painting, but not find the closest O2 to breathe. Yes. And it feels like it's more so like... it's in its infantile stage. That might be the best way to describe it. And it feels like they're hoping that the training we, the people, give the AI is going to be good enough to have it learn. I just don't think that's the case, right? Because we've seen what happens. It's one of those things where it's like you realistically can't have the people of the masses do the teaching. It just doesn't work. Like, the best way to describe it is, y'all remember when Google actually worked? I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, man. There was a time period where Googling was a godsend, and it would, like, actually give you the results you wanted. Nowadays, it feels like it's all garbage. It's like, wait, what? This is not what I'm looking up, and it's not even close. I don't know how that happens, because Google used to be the business, as we would say. I feel like the marketing, sci-fi propaganda got the best of us. Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, we're going to get hoverboards in the year 2012. Was it 2012? And then what we got was, you know, we got drones. And it's like, well, I can't carry a human. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. We got enough ammo, man. We're going to be going up top to start shooting down the stuff. Very soon, very soon. So it's almost time, man. Almost time. All right, so we're going to cut this. We're going to use the same line. And then we're going to do a couple things. First things first, we're going to put a vent dump line for oxygen to help pressurize the room. Yeah, it's getting closer. 137. So we have, what, 63 cycles? We got time. We chilling. Oh, we got another exchange. Let's go. Oh, I never changed it. Back to 69. Oops. Feels bad. We're not getting the most out of the water. Yeah, Hoverboard 2012 was a meme. That was just the data on Back to the Future. Yeah, 100%. It really was. But it's like, you know, people were hoping that would be true. People were hoping that would have been true. I can't blame them for hoping that, you know? So it's here. Here, 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 here. How many tiles is this? 8. All right, let's put... no, that should be fine. And then we want to do this. This is going to be how we tap into the salt water, because we want to start getting it. That way we could keep filling this up. This, I guess we could do this. We really want to do that, though. Jump, jump, and then we could just walk down and then dig up the plants. All right, this is not on. We're not dumping salt water inside yet. Dude, you know what was the funniest thing? In school, I feel like that's where it hurts we, the people, the most. when Chat GPT came out, education went down. And it wasn't because kids were cheating, but professors and teachers would also use Chat GPT to create a syllabus and stuff like that. So it was like both sides were they were just using the AI, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, just speeds it up, makes it easy, right? I don't know what the logic they used was. But like both sides of that, you had all the students, right, running into that. You had so many people get called for cheating, and it's like it's hard to really know if they were cheating. With their essays they submitted, oh man. That was probably the one thing that probably got impacted the most. All right, this carbon dioxide. Oh no, we might just be able to push it out later. Can't treat all colleges the same, tacos. Are we getting too political? Maybe we are. Yeah, stop talking about education. We got to continue going up. We're gonna do the ladder setup like that. Keep going, let's keep going. So we can get rid of this now. Jump up that way, jump down that way. Climb up, we're good. Climb down, bop this. This is all sand, right? 3, and then we gotta go in through here. Yeah, that works. All right, that's gonna work out. There is still the guy there looking for food, but the guy is hey, missed. Aw, come on. You gotta stop missing, dude. Feels bad. That's not on anymore. We're making lime. So the shots are fine now. Okay, so now we're gonna want to make a little bit of steel. Let's go with as much as we can. We'll go with 10. We'll have enough for 10 steel, I think. Saltwater is still moving, so trying to do this. And then grab that. Yeah, man, they suck at hunting. We gotta help them out. I'm probably gonna want to build a tile there. Push up the water so we could pump it. Nice. We could reach that, so we want to do it like this. Almost. I can't reach this tile. For increased success, we have the tame. This guy. He has a higher chance of eating either tame or elderly. Feels bad. Preying on the old dinos. Or the ones that are docile. Oxygen is now looking like it's included. Not bad. Alright, so the oxygen we're adding in is pretty close to being lukewarm, right? 20-something-ish degrees. So we are warming up the area, which is what we want to do. We're going to want to warm it up, warm it up. Add in the oxygen so we can pump out the chlorine. Ooh, ice is melting. Let's go. We're also going to want that. So we could cut the pipe and split it. And then we could get that there. Let's move that. Oops. Move that so that we don't get infinite pressure accidentally. And we want to get the ladders up top. This should be a planter box to get rid of the germs. Still adding saltwater. This is a long job. It's fine. We don't need to prioritize that. It's just something I want to get done. You know, a little bit at a time. Let's get this though. The CO2 in here is kind of insane. So that means we have a bottleneck right here. Man, I hate that it is. I don't want to ruin the biolab. Oh yeah, so answer your question, Timo. Adding a second one I don't think helps. Just because there's a cooldown when he doesn't actually get the hit. So that means it's not like he gets a second attempt, right? It's one or the other. So I'm thinking you can't really do too much at that point. Alright, we're gonna cut the pipe. Breathability is pretty good actually. And then we just gotta get that in. Should be good. We could... I kind of want to just open this up, to be honest. I could probably do that now. Let's do that. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could dig that out as well. Let's try to trim that down. And then we could try to have this winded up. What's going on for Daika? That's not going to happen anytime soon. But that could be something we'll do in the future. A couple months down the line. After we do this, we still got to do the lab. I want to do a speed run. Just because we get the tear revealed now, right? Automatic. So that's really nice. And then... oh, this is ready. 6 tiles. Oh, we could do these 2 then. Perfect. It would just have to be, we have to hope. Maybe put a tile there then. But I see you over there for Daigo. Hope you're having a good one. But yeah, max difficulty, all achievements with the dinos. That's going to be sometime in the future. We got a lot of stuff we got to do. But yeah, I don't think we're going to do that anytime soon. Oh no, I spilled coffee on myself. And it's cold. Oh shit. Cold coffee immediately stains FML. Well, I'm out of coffee, at the very least. Okay, we do have the dupes sleeping up there. The new dupes, Pacus are chilling. Alright, we are gonna start getting some toilet upgrades. Might as well. It's probably a good time for that. Yeah, it is easier. Dinos give you a lot of meat. They give you 12,000, and that's 32,000 kcals from one of these guys. So if you get like 16 of these, no, if you get 13 of these guys, you have carnivore. 13 dinos, at least this one at least. And that's not including the fish. So it's a lot easier. Guys, I gotta pee, get a refill of water. It's probably a good time to stand up, stretch. And of course, BRB. Oh yeah, we're back. I don't think all achievements is possible unless you start on Ceres. Could you remix Ceres for the Geopump? Because you know how you could remix the planets. Does that work? I remember one time at uni, I was doing physics and reading comprehension, but everything was wrong. I crossed it all out and put the proper answer. I passed. She was surprised later that I did not need to retake. Weird times. Dude, it'd be like that, man. Sometimes, man, it looks good enough. They don't double check. Oh, dude, yeah, Chad, you can't really rely on that, man. People that do, I feel like, are just another level of lazy, is the best way to describe it. Right? That's realistically all it is. Just being extra lazy. No one died. 13 still. Doing pretty good. We could remove all that. Get rid of the sand. And then from here, we could dig this out. Let's not do that. Let's do this. And then we could trim that. If only you could spawn Geopumps and Demolier in the same seed, I guess. So if the remix gives you the Geopump, it's possible. But I don't think that's possible. That kind of sucks. They kind of have to add new planets. Like, new starting setups where it includes all the DLCs. That would be nice. Not gonna lie. That would be pretty nice. If we could get something like that. Remix doesn't give you either. Oh, that sucks. I wouldn't even be mad if it was a lab map. Dude, I really want to make my own map already. I would totally do that, man. Wait, it's already impossible because you have to have... There's 2 achievements for the Meteor. One of them is surviving the impact, and the other one is shooting it down. Oh my god. I didn't consider that, actually. That's a great point. I didn't look at any of the new achievements. Wow. So you can't do all achievement runs like that anymore. Unless you do base game all achievements. That's really all it is, right? Base game all achievements. No, you basically just can't turn on the new DLCs we got. You can't play with the dinos. You can't play with the Ceres. I want to make my own map, dude. I really do. That would be the play, to make it all achievement possible. Alright, we're gonna grab omelets, just cause. Send 2 meteors. They should make it that when you go through the tear, a meteor comes out. So there's no set time, but it comes out the moment you go through the tear. You know how when you go through the tear, you get the cutscene, and then you get the rocket debris, right? No, I'm saying for the second one. On the second meteor, you have the normal Demolier, but then... when you go through the tear from opening it, you get a second one. And then you make the second one be a 10 cycle travel time. Right? So it's fast. So at that point, it's like you have to be ready because you have all the time in the world to set it up anyways. The only problem is that can we as mod makers do that? Shoutouts to the mod makers of Oni. Here's an idea, man. If you guys could, maybe something like that would be great. Alright, we're gonna do the quick and easy setup right here. I don't know if they're gonna give it to me, but it should. We're gonna be doing a weird setup right here. We'll talk about how this works too. Alright, we're making stuff for steel. Oh yeah, the water's getting hot. We're almost going to boil the water on making... Oh no, it's nickel. Okay, we're fine. POI in every tile of the star map. Oh hell no, man. That's horrible. Dude, you would be the rudest thing. Have every point of interest, but there's multiple of the same one, so that if you go to one of them in the early game, when you go out to it later, you just get the coffee cup. All right, so if you guys didn't know, pro tip, if you guys are swapping tiles like this and you want it to be quick and easy with minimal leakage, you do it on 1x speed. If you do it on a higher speed, the game simulates the water movement before the tile gets built, and then you leak out some fluid. So that's, in and of itself, something you want to avoid sometimes, right? So that's going to be the way to do that. 1x speed, that's as clean as possible. You still might get some leakage, but for the most part, 1x speed is going to be the play for that. Mamba, I hear you. What's wrong, baby? This guy looking at me like he wants wet food. Oh, we have infinite storage here. Damn it. Okay. This is infinite pressure. That means if water spills in, it's gonna infinitely pressure. Technically, I don't really want that. Oh, man. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, spawn the point of shooting the Demolier makes a point of interest. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, the little baby's is back. He knows where the camera is. Look at the little Mamba. He's a cutie pie. All right. So we're going on our way up. I'm gonna get some suits for this soon. I wanted to try to get this guy sheared again. I don't think we will. I think we're just going to open this back up. 2 suits is gonna be good. He's taking forever to actually get some more feathers grown. So we'll probably try to get some suits right here just to get it done. All right, this means we have to mop this up before we get the cold debuff happening all the time. Yeah, ice is melting. It's fine. 3 degrees. At some point, we're going to tap this, but I want to shoot down the meteors first. Yep. Not going to be able to do this anymore. Let's get rid of it. And then I'm going to have to put some suits right here. So here, here, here. We'll have to just dig through the ice. I just want to make sure that's a vacuum. It is. Okay, get the Wheezewort. We want to bop some slime lung. Oxygen pressurized. Not bad. So this is very breathable. All right, we're going to cut this here. So whatever's in the pipes just gets released. Not really too worried about that. We could just dump it here as well. And then I'm waiting for this to melt so the chlorine has spaces to move into. Oh, that's ice? Okay, we got to replace that. Okay, so we should be good. We need to disable this building now because I want to start cooling down the brine here. This is starting to get a little warm. We're going to re-clean this up. We are managing the heat any way we can. This is for that, so I'm not really too worried. Not bad, 50 degrees. This is still waiting for more salt water. Yeah, yes. So we got to push that up so we get the water. Then we get the salt water from here, salt water from there. Then we just have a little bit at the bottom. I think we do save George at some point. And then this is brine, so we got to get rid of it. This is, yeah, we're waiting. And then I guess this is going to be the extra fish. I have to assume. We don't need a big tank. But I guess we could have the extra fish go into here so that we could feed the jawbone. I guess. Do we want to do omelets or fillets, though? That's another thing. Omelets are the best calorie, but fillets are higher morale. I don't think we need the morale at this point yet. Maybe later we could transition, but yeah, omelets I think might be better. We're gonna want this for suits. I might have to relocate this, to be honest. And then we might also want to remove this tile. We have to make it jump. Actually, we'll be fine without that. Alright, this got mopped up. We're going to want temp shift plate here with ice brine. For a little bit more temperature control in the area. Let's bump these to a 7. This is all done. Alright, so we want to go through... So we want to go through here, right? That's probably this way, that way, that way. Yeah, and then we go through this door. We're gonna want suits here to go through. Should be fine. And then we're gonna have to mop that up before it becomes a problem. Not bad. We don't get a fire pole, though. Is the only thing that kind of sucks. That should be another upgrade we could do right now. That would make a lot of sense. Left side fire pole. All this hydrogen for no reason. All this hydrogen. That's actually not a lot. Building melted, that's over here. Get the cooling effect immediately, works pretty well. Spot cooling with the ice. It's oh, my man's stuck. Oh, I did not see the regolith. Wait, that's a vacuum? Oh shit. Oh, come on. I messed up. This is oxygen off of a vent line. Oh no, bro. Oh, there's no more dumping though. I guess that's fine then. Right, so we do this. Let's get rid of this tile. We could probably continue the O2 dump. It's fine, it's fine. Not bad, not bad. All right, so because this doesn't line up properly, we're just gonna have to relocate where the floor should be, and it should be here. So we're gonna do a weird layer, climb up, and then go in where the suits are. So that means this needs to be dug out if I can dig it out. So I guess we could do something like this to kind of make it so that we could reach, and then that's gonna be where the floors are gonna be anyways. This is gonna melt soon. It's gonna be nice. Oh, of course. You know what? I'm just gonna put a manual airlock here. That has to be the play, right? Instead of having this open all the time. Yep. All right, so it's just this. You need to keep eye on this. Still don't have enough salt water. And then we are gonna cut the other side so that we could do this. That's pumping. And that goes into here. No connected line. Let's go. Getting rid of the CO2. Especially down here, man. It's gonna pull the polluted oxygen down. It's gonna be kind of weird. This got dug out. Okay, so that's a simple dig. And then we want to do this. So that we could preemptively do a lot of digging for airflow. A lot of what we want to do right here is just digging for airflow. I should have did this a lot earlier, realistically. And then another thing we should do is opening this so that the CO2 spills down. I mean, we can't really do too much about that right now. All right, that's done. Getting that. That melted. Nice. So we know we want the tiles here. By building the tiles, it's going to add heat, right? Because the materials are not at -15. So we're going to try to warm this up on purpose so we could melt it. I guess we could do that for all the ice. We should try if we can. There's a lot of spots that we could try to forcefully melt the ice. So then what we do is we build, deconstruct, and then all the shale that's in here is going to get chilled. Kind of a good thing. And then the second thing is that the ice is going to melt, and then all the bad chlorine gets to spill into the pocket right here. Well, I would have to trim this too. I'd be okay with that though. Because if we get just a pool of brine right here, the chlorine's going to have to spill in because the brine's going to be heavier. Doors in. Nice. So we could actually just go outside right now. No suits. I kind of just want the suits. Let's do left side first. Look at that. Immediately warms it up. Now it is getting chilled immediately, but once we deconstruct it, it falls down, and then we just build a new tile until it gets cool enough or warm enough. And then we have the brine right here that we want to dump in here. So we take the cold brine from here or here, and then we dump it into here to try to cool it down. I do think that's where we have to be at right now, though. I do want to get rid of the polluted water. There are some strats we should do here. That's a couple of strats. Bop this. Alright, there's that. We want to do this. This is not a lot of pea water, actually. So we might be able to just dig and do the mess strap. If you guys don't know, you mop on top of mesh tiles so that you could actually remove the water you want to get rid of. It's a good tactic if you guys can't pump and it's a little bit of water, but it's on top of another water that's already too much to be mopped. So this allows you to mop on top without any real problems. Pro tip. Take the water. Ranch, sewer, cook, okay. And then I'll probably do that here as well so that we could use that. Door's locked, so I don't think it's going to spill through, right? $13.8. That was at 14. All right, so we get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Anything that's above negative or below negative 15.5. We would want to deconstruct and rebuild. Because that's actually where it is right now, right? That's a problem. We want to melt this. And that's at 13.5. Germs wise, we're good here. Let's go. We reach this, so if we dig through, it's gonna bop everything. We probably want to go through here, put a door. Very likely is gonna be how we want to do it. And then move the Weezwort inside. Bop the germs, mine the slime, and then let the mosquitoes get eaten. We gotta feed the plants. Alright, they're gonna move the slime out. That's gonna be good. Moving out the cold brine, 18C, into the 44C. That's technically an upgrade. So there's a lot of busy work for them. I guess we shouldn't do this because this might melt and we get stuck. That would be kind of bad. 12, 13. All right, so if I build this, it should melt. I guess we could do that as well. Just hope that my dupes don't get stuck inside. Okay, the iron and steel is good. Realistically, I want to smelt iron, but my water is a little warm right now. What I want to do probably is start digging up. Probably do it here. And mine all the iron so it falls in. That's probably really good play. Mine all the solids that are cold so it could fall into the hot water. That probably is the play we should do. All right, so right here, mop. As you can see on liquid layer, we're mopping only the polluted water. And that's the range for mopping too, right? We might mop a little bit of brine because if we mop the corner, that gets mopped up. But yeah, this is going to be how we're going to get rid of the pea water so it doesn't mix in. The reason why you don't want to mix in is because the meta refinery has a weird issue. It doesn't know how to handle multiple liquids. So when it dumps the heat, like right here, you make steel and it dumps 68.8 degrees Celsius onto the liquid. The problem is that if you use a mixed liquid, like 100 kilograms of polluted water and then 300 kilograms of brine, there is a chance it dumps all the heat on just the polluted water. So the brine is unaffected and then the polluted water gets hot. And what ends up happening is that means that the 100 kilograms will get 4 times the amount that it should have, and then it boils. So you could have water that's not close to boiling and it still boils in that situation because you had mixed water. So it's one of those weird situations that if you're like an advanced player, know how to beat the game, you still might be having a situation where you're like, I don't know how that happened. That's kind of the point where jank, the jankness of Oni kind of starts making an appearance. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Sometimes the jankness will prevail. And until you get used to it, man, it's a sight to behold. All right, we're gonna free my man, the Rex. He's chilling. All right, build, deconstruct, build, deconstruct. We want to pitcher pump the water from here. I found in general mixing multiple liquids and heating cooling loops have unintended consequences. Yep. You really want to use one liquid if you can. This game is jank sometimes. It really is. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. You just hate to see it, man. Yeah. This is pretty good. This is probably going to be where we have the small ladder setup. We do want to melt this, so this is not too bad. Oxygen is good. Dupes are hanging out. We're still on single schedule, no bathrooms yet. All right, it's time to get a proper bathroom. I think we are gonna move the bathroom from here to here. And the logic with that is I want to use the bathroom water in the spam eventually. So I need to run the sieve setup here, or I want to run it here. Or maybe I have the bathroom here, and then we run the sieve setup here, because I don't need a lot of space for it. That also works, because then we could use the awkward space right here, and we could run through. Okay, we'll set that up. Yeah, we're going to get a lip there after we remove pitcher pump. This is 16, 17. What? Oh, I had to... Okay, we're actually fine. That looked weird for a second. Okay, so we want to do lavatory. Because that's where the ladder is, we're going to go left to right. This is negative decor. So gold actually has impact here. We're just going to use regular toilets, though. And then we're going to grab some sinks in. Right, left to right. We will want all the intake water together. And all the dirty water. Right, so we do this setup, and then once we get the res and whatnot, we could actually finish that. Let's get some tiles here that we know we're gonna have. All right, 1916. All right, these are all removable now. That melted. Let's go. Going on, Sailor Mom? Welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. How's the days? How is the Tuesdays? Tuning in with Too Legit on the Tuesdays. Appreciate you, Sailor Mom. Hope you're having a good one. Got to stay hydrated out there. Are you going to upload in YouTube? Yeah. So the part 1 of this playthrough is already on YouTube. The part 2 is going to be a little bit delayed because there's some, I was playing Expedition 33, so I got to upload that first. And then, but yeah, it's going to be up there. It's just a little bit behind on the YouTubes right now. I'm good. How's the run? We have enough bullets. We have enough bullets. Oh my god, we have enough bullets. So we're trying to get suits right here so we could safely go to space. We don't need to, we just load this up right now. But then we're gonna want to get this started soon. We're getting started it now. We're getting started in here. You know what it is. So we're trying to get it started, as the kids say. We're gonna run ore though. And then we're gonna run this down. We'll run it into the water. And then we'll run it like that. I think we do run it through the suits, potentially. Maybe as a separate line. And then we're gonna need this wire to power the Meteor Blaster. Alright, alright. Gilbert, you're talking about the VODs, right? When you say upload to YouTube. But yeah, the part 1 of this is out, but part 2 is gonna be out soon. Maybe in a couple days. And then after that, everything catches up. We'll have these VODs come out. I almost didn't make it. I managed to finish my blast shot at 190. Gotcha, got you. I see you over there. I see you over there. Gilbert, man, I hate to say this, because I don't know how you will feel about this. I remember a long time ago, you were traveling. And I know what you do for the day job, right? You do the dance instructor. If you guys don't know, Gilbert is a world-class salsa dancing instructor. And he told me he was hanging out in Turkey. I recently saw all the memes about why people go to Turkey. And it was to get the LeBron James treatment. Do you know what I'm talking about, my man? Oh, you didn't make it to Turkey. You stayed in Hungary. Ah. I see, I see. 2.5 years now. I got you, I got you. So you're still there, okay. I thought it was a trip. So there was this thing, man. I saw this meme. And it was like a dude, he took a picture. Oh, they had the really bad earthquake and a terrorism threat. That's tough, man. Feels bad for the folks in Turkey. I saw this meme, dude. Someone took a picture and it was at the back of the airplane, so you saw everyone that's sitting in the seats. But they took it from the back of the airplane, so everyone's facing forward. And everyone was bald. Apparently, it's like a meme where if you have money and you're balding, you go to Turkey and they have the best hair implants in the business. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing, man. Yeah, I know you're not bald. I saw the salsa dancing, man. I remember you running in with your jeans, giving the team a hug, because my man twisted his ankle, dude. My man twisted his ankle. I remember that, man. I was like, oh, man, the memes. I can't say it anymore just because he actually has hair. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. But yeah, it's like, dude, it's like, I didn't know that was a meme, dude. I really didn't. And then I saw that recently. I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. They don't think be like it is, but it do. But yeah, I saw that recently. Like, it popped up in the algorithm. Alright, we're gonna get some ceiling trim. We're gonna use granite to make it look nice. Really fast, we're waiting on that. A lot of the tiles are built though. Alright, we're waiting for this to melt. We'll do that. This is gonna get removed. Let's get the tiles here again for a little bit of a better melting procedure. Hopefully this all works out. And we're still dumping in cold brine. Nice. So what that means is I could probably just not open the door and then dig through all of this. So 3, 2, 3. Dig everything but the ice. I probably just go through then. And then we go up this way. That way. Don't do anything there. Dig that. And then we could stand on that to dig the other iron. Right, so we want all the resource to fall down so that it could cool the cool down the liquid. That's a little hot, right? That way we could directly have the cold thermal temperature kind of get soaked up by the warm temperature here. So that's going to be what we're going to be trying to do. Doing a little bit of digging. I'm probably going to do this as well right here. Well, we kind of have to keep that, at least for now. And then we want to spill the water in. Same thing. Oh, there's a thing with that. Oh, I didn't know that, man. That would suck, man. It really would. It sounds like a bad time, not gonna lie. Or it could be a bad time. Alright, still dumping the waters. Pike apples. Holy crap. We got the triple rancher. Double germ resistant, double gourmet, double empathetic. How often do I feel like they have this where two dupes are identical, almost? Feels weird, man. I might take Meep just because he's Meep. Not gonna lie. They are duplicates. I see you over there, Rambo. I see you over there. What a way to make an entrance. Me, welcome in. Did we win yet? We're getting ready. We gotta plug this in. Because we have enough ammo. Yeah, man. They want me to do some more ranching. Did we fill it up already? We still don't have enough water there. It's still a process. Oh my god, all the salt water is gone, that's why. We could grab salt water inside the right side. This is brine, so it's not the same. This is done. We could mop it up. That means potentially grab this. That's 1,000. Oh, wow. We could do that and have it spill in. That might be the best way to do it. All right, that means we could actually... Molten glass? Why did I have molten glass selected here? What the heck? Self-sabotage. The doors don't need power. We just need to power the sweeper loader setup. That goes there. And then we could reach... Oh, no, I can't reach. Wait. Oh, what a travesty. The exact tile I need. Shipping. The automation is up top. Perfect. So I can do upside down loader. Let's go. Okay, so this needs to go in like that. And then we need to run the eggs out somewhere else. I guess we could do it here. And do something like that. That should be fine. Alright, so we do want to wait for that to be done, and then we'll get the power in. I don't have a lot of refined metal. A lot of times you rely on lead. So I'm just gonna run a conductive, kind of like this, and then we could use that for the kitchen later. It's not gonna be good use of refined metal, but I think it's worth it, at least for that situation. What's good though, people of chat? How are you guys doing, man? Hope you guys are having a good one so far. Thank you guys that tuned in. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I could technically reach all of that. And then I do want to dig out the bottom time. That's spilled in pretty good. Now we just got to get these built so we don't get stuck. Cooling down, 36, 32. There we go. So this is done. Let's get the ladder there. It's looking good. When are we going to be going for it? Once we get the power line built. We have 2 suits already. So we're going to get 2 suits in to do it safely. We have the ammo. We're just waiting for the dupes to finish the last part of the build. And then we'll shoot it down somewhat within the next hour. Guaranteed within the next hour. I probably want to open that up so we get the ladder opened. Let's get rid of that. That was just to melt the ice. This actually filled up. How you liking the new critters? It's weird. It feels like the new devs have a weird obsession with the 2x2 critters that I think honestly don't work really well with this game. Like, it's not a bad thing, I guess. I just don't think it's something you really want to have a lot of. Just because of how it's like jank, so to speak. Yeah, the 2x2s. You got the Lums, you got the Rex, you got the Jawbow. Right? Those are all large. They did it because they're dinos, they gotta be big. I guess, yeah. Plants as well. I mean, the plants are cool. I kind of like how they have a plant that eats flying critters. I feel like we've been needing that. Because, like, dude, I feel like so many people would just have these just to have as, like, as an anti-puff measure. I'm not even kidding, man. I could imagine so many people like, dude, I'm just gonna put some lure plants up, deal with the puffs like that. Nothing against puffs. Nothing against puffs. Except for the fact that a lot of people are just not a fan of the puffs. They need a plant meat recipe in the smoker. That makes sense. I feel like that's just a hot fix that's slipped their mind. Something they could add pretty fast, I feel like. Alright, we gotta put the tile there. And then it's time to get some suits. We got 2 suits already built. The O2 line's kind of ready. We'll want to do this, and then we'll want to do that. Plant jerky would be super meme. Oh my god, I kind of want them to make soy jerky. Just because of all the memes on the internet. Have it make tofu into jerky. It'd be what's that called? Nosh beans plus plant meat gives you soy jerky. That would be really interesting because it's like you don't have a lot of use for plant meat, and if you do something like that and give it like indefinite shelf life, people would make it. I feel like it would be not bad. You do something like that. I try to use the puff to get bleachstone, but they eat so much chlorine, it's not even funny. Yeah, it's not funny, man. It's the same thing with slicksters. Like, in theory, they are really good design because they take care of waste. Or, you know, unwanted stuff. The problem happens when they eat way too much and you can't really sustain them. I feel like it's either like a geyser rebalance or I mean, I don't think you could really rebalance the pups. I think they really just have to improve those geysers, right? Like they should bump up CO2 geyser and do something mad illegal that I feel like would make a lot of sense though. They should make the CO2 geysers have no pressure cap. I feel like that would make so much sense. And then bump up how much they spawn per cycle. That way, it becomes a thing where the slicksters consuming a lot of CO2 makes sense. Right? And you could do that with polluted oxygen. I think that's fair. Because of the yucky lungs and the fact that how polluted oxygen, if you want it to be clean, uses up way too much sand, dude. If you've ever done polluted oxygen as an oxygen source, it is insane how much sand it actually goes through, man. It's actually really, really wild. Three pups for one vent is stupid. Yep. Same thing with slickster. You put one slickster per CO2 vent. And it's like, that's it? What the hell? And then you have to add heat. That's the funniest thing about the CO2 geyser, man. It's not enough heat on its own because the moment you build a building, it chills all the CO2 cold enough so that you get a long hair. And it's like when you have that happen and you're like, wait, what? I made this grooming station and drop off and those two things are chilling down the CO2. It's one of the more ridiculous things that I feel like shouldn't be the case. All right, let's get that in and then we could climb up, wait for the ice to melt, and then we'll probably want to start dumping this stuff. Geotuning is a thing. It's just so late in the gameplay that it's like, I don't look at it as a solution. Jawbow drops rust. Yeah, having to supplement. Yeah, I guess you do. It's just that when you have the geyser, like the geyser balance is very disproportional. I think they're scared the gas geysers will kill newer players, so maybe they would have a way to upgrade the geyser output, 10x geotuning something. I mean, new player balance, that's tough. I mean, you could argue that that might be what they're doing, new player balance, but man, that's tough. Like, if you look at the state of the game, no one's using a lot of those geysers to the point where they're trying to, they added a new chlorine geyser vent because they want us to use chlorine. I just feel like they could just buff the geysers, kind of make it a problem. Because realistically, that's a thing where it still happens though with like metal volcanoes. Oh man, it's an iron volcano. I'm gonna get iron. And they might crack it open and then it's so hot, the dupes are dying, the dupes are getting hurt, and then none of the dupes are able to work anymore because everyone's on a triage cot. I feel like it's like the problem still exists in a different form. There is an exploit I saw generating O2 with duplicants P and it's 7 kg positive. Wait. O2 with just duplicants peeing 7 kg positive. Is it using any suits or masks? Or is it different type of exploit happening? I usually trap one dupe to make pea water bottles. A couple of the 25 tons is 100 kg of PO2 really fast. A couple of 25-ton bottles. That's a lot of pea water, though. Getting a couple of 25 tons, man, that's you gotta get it from a geyser, man. That's a lot. That's like 200 cycles of dupes peeing. What's going on, Lord Vader? Welcome in. 25 dudes, that's a lot, man. I'm just saying, 25 tons, a couple of that. I mean, I guess they don't think be like it is, but it do. Let's go like this. I think we'll be able to use both that and the suits here together. All right, it's almost done. So it's like, at that point, why not just filter and make a spawn? Yeah, dude, that is one of the layers of hell in Meteor mod. There is a area with pressurized 69 kgs per tile of polluted oxygen. It's all slime and slime lung everywhere. Dude, that is one of the layers of hell in Meteor mod. 100%. It works by disabling the bathrooms right before they use them. They still deposit water but don't pee yet. Oh, it's a weird water dupe glitch like that. I see you. They got their own toilet, private bedroom in prison. It's fine. Yo, man, you sound like one of the dudes trying to justify having to build more prisons. That's what it sound like, man. I'm gonna be real. You sound like one of the old heads trying to get the young kids to like you know what I'm saying, man? Something happened in Discord. Oh shit. Oh, what does that say? Ryzen 7 9000 series. I can't see exactly which model is that. 98 X3D. Nice. Nice. You got an X3D. Okay. How many cores is that? And what's top end? The first thing I will say is you very much need liquid cooling. I hope you have it, man. I hope you have it all in one, AIO. And it's very recommended because AIOs are, man, they are a godsend. They really are. Sometimes the game doesn't give you water, you gotta improvise. That's actually not true. I feel like as the game has existed, we've been giving more and more water. Like, guaranteed. It's an 816. Is that what, a 5.2, 5.4? Good morning, enjoying the Frozen Planet a lot. Alveo Vera's OP. Alveo Vera is not bad. I don't like it though. And the reason why I don't like it is because it spawns the oxygen at spot because of oxalite. And then it pushes up all the carbon dioxide. And you get that weird kind of like movement like this. I'm not really a fan of it. And the fact that it's like you have to transfer the oxalite via sweepers or having the dupes do it. It's a, you know, it's useful in the cold planet where the water would otherwise be frozen, but I'm not a fan of it. I'd rather not use that if I can. Just plant the orphan. Yeah, but it's like you have to send a dupe to harvest still. Right? You still have to send a dupe to harvest. Like, I don't like it because it's dupe labor. That should be fine. Have that fall down. Not gonna make it into here though. But for the most part, I'm just not a fan of Alveo Vera. I think it's, I mean, it's something. I just wouldn't want to rely on it. This is weird. Polluted oxygen, the CO2 is it settling down. Okay. Hope we don't get stuck this tile. And then we want to dig that. You like the Frosty Planet pack more than this. I wasn't really a fan of Frosty Planet pack. Then again, I played it when it released though, so it was a little bit different. You got a 360mm AIO before the CPU. Oh yeah, you got that. That's right. That's a top side one, right? Top side vent. I think I have the same thing. I bought the... Is nothing absurd in terms of temperature. It's more so that... Oh, man. How do I say this? The floor, the lower level of... Anything oh, man. So, there is a common problem where... Alright, so I guess it only matters if you keep your computer running all day. Do you turn off your PC every night? You do? Okay. So I do stuff overnight because I'm like rendering a VOD, uploading, downloading stuff, right? Just because it's like while streaming, I can't do it. So because of that, it's when it's idles at around 40-ish. When it's running, I have it at 70 top end. I don't let it get hotter than that. So it's constantly in the 40 to 70. If I'm doing anything, watching a YouTube video, it's at 60 Celsius. That's normal. And you have an even stronger version than mine's. As you climb up the versions, it's a hotter minimum temperature. No, 70 is heavy use, but I get to 70 while streaming, while playing Manor Lords, while playing Expedition 33. None of that uses more than 30% of my CPU power. 70 is just normal, if that makes sense. I believe if you don't set it at 70, I think the sweet spot it stops you from getting is 85. It doesn't allow you to normally get up to 85, right? That I lowered it to 70 because it's hot in my room. I was like, I can't have this be that hot. So the thing is that it's constantly topping out like that. And I looked it up and it's just a common problem. AMDs run hot. If you idle at if you want to have the PC idle at around 20 to 30, you have to weaken it by so much. You have to undervolt. Good luck, man. That's all I gotta say. It's gonna be hot. No matter what I tell you, your setup is probably gonna be different. If you have AC running in the house, right? Dedicated AC is always running. Centralized air, that's gonna make a difference. Insulation in the walls, airflow in the room. Airflow in front and back of the PC, side panels as well. All that's going to make a difference. So it's like, it's not going to be exact like mine, but that's the biggest thing I realized. Switching from Intel to AMD, AMD runs a lot hotter for some reason. But yeah, I ran into that, and it seems like it's a common problem, that it's just hot, just runs hot. So that's the only thing I'll say, like, hey man, check that out. You might want to put a cap on it, might want to lower that, and then make sure the cooling's good. All right, this is about ready. Let's get the checkpoint. Not steel. I am currently in a cool temperature. So it's outside is 21, but my room is 30 degrees. My room is 29.7 degrees. And that's with AC running. So outside is 21. My PC is heating up my room, so it's going above 30 to the point I have to turn on the air conditioning. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but you could tell that it's like, it's a heat source. Anyways, you know, that's just, hopefully just get your setup working and get it cooled properly. That's all I gotta say. I think it's a marketing gimmick. Everyone knows you're trying to raise the frequency past a certain point that's going to run hot, but you can't keep raising frequency anymore because the scaling died when we couldn't make transistors any smaller. Yeah, feels bad, man. Part of me is kind of like, there is actual merit now to getting like a weaker PC just to do your day-to-day stuff, and then turn on your like editing PC. But like when you're a streamer, it's like you kind of need it to be beefy. But yeah, you got this, man. You're gonna be able to play Minecraft with no limit on the render distance. Oh my god. This guy's gonna play Minecraft with no render distance, boys. He's gonna be the legend. All right, let's get the suits in, boys. We're almost ready. We're going to be able to start loading up the ammos. We have some power right here. Suits are cooking. I mean, we're going to have to add some oxygen. Wait for that. It should be fine. But yeah, let me know how that works out, man. Once you get it hooked up, have it running, let me know what temperature it idles at. I'll be curious. All right, so we lowered this down to about 30, 24, 30-ish. We still got some ice we wouldn't mind dumping in. And I think we just turned this off. Brine ice. Let's put it out there. We cool the outside. It's going to be time soon to do Meteor Blaster stuff. We're ready. All right, so we will want to dig, and then we're going to want to go through here. What are eGPUs? Oh, external. Dude, I saw a weird... So I saw one of those bot farmer setups where it was an Asian dude and he had... What do you call those metal racks? What do you call the metal wire racks? It's like a couple pieces of metal is the side view. And then it's like, if you look at the proper view, it's like... just racks like this. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but they're all wires, so it's very breathable. Like, it's a shelf, but made out of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't be able to... put anything on it that's like not certain size because it's gonna fall through. Metal wire shelves. They basically put motherboards here side by side instead of having a case, and then they would have AC blowing at it. So they would have like 60 computers, and it's all set up like that. So you have a bunch of wires on the back that, you know, have to get extension cables to plug in. And then it's like that setup right there gets direct access to the AC. And that's how they cool everything down. I saw that. I was like, that's actually kind of nice. That looks not bad. Because you could just use a regular heatsink at that point and not run anything like AIO and just let your house AC kind of just take care of business. I was like, you know what? That's actually not that bad of a setup. All right, we're out, boys. We could allow a little bit of oxygen out. I'm not too mad. And we want to get the Wheezewort in here. Let's excavate the fossil. We need masterwork skill. Oh. Oh. I have... Oh, Turner the Decorator. What job type is this? Research, decorating, or... Okay, that's fine. But yo, man, I saw that. My computer's... Oh, you have a Ryzen. I mean, you have a Ryzen, though. That was when the Ryzen started popping off, right? The 3700X. That's when they were like, oh, man, the Ryzens are handling its business. I remember there were talks about that, man. Man, this chills fast. We're barely getting anything to melt. I love this game, but every time I get to the part where I need to generate energy from coal, something bad happens. Always makes a mess with the cables. See, I actually no, I don't have coal, right? I have to use the peat burners. Once you actually solve that problem and you don't run into it anymore, yo, man, it's back to good times. So, dude, if you need help, let me know. If you could find a save with it, give me like a screenshot of what the problem is, and we'd help you out, man. But for the most part, 100%. Gotta solve the problem. If you need help, I got you. What's going on, Salary Man? How's the new DLC treating you so far? Some dude's about to ruin my day. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna shoot that little guy down. We're about to do that right now. But yeah, for the most part, we are checking it out. I like the new dinos because when they're babies, they look super derpy. And I think it's awesome, man. The little derpy dinos. I'm a fan of them. Where are my baby dartles? There's no more baby dartles. Oh, it feels bad. It's not bad. I mean, I haven't played during the beta, so I don't really have like a extended, you know... I don't really have like a big... I didn't play enough of it. So it's like I'm experiencing it for the first time right now. Right? So, you know, I can't really say I have an opinion yet. I kind of want to go through my first playthrough first. And then we can reflect on it. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to say it's good just because it's like honeymoon phase. The new toy, always going to have fun the first day. But then it's like, are we still going to be playing with a new toy with the same amount of joy a week later? You know? It really depends. There's levels to this. But at the moment, I want to say I'm at the honeymoon phase because of that. Yeah, so they give you 200 cycles, right? Because we have 200 cycles for the impact. And then it's basically they gave you a new recipe for a new blast shot type. And then you got to make it. I believe I was told that all you need is 100. And then they give you 4 off the get-go. Alright, boys. Meme strat. So, what we're going to do is... This is the stupidest thing about this game. You don't need to even use pliers. You could take the existing automation cable, drag the green line all the way, and green supersedes red all day long. And then you cancel, and then it opens. That's really stupid, right? That's just how the game works. Anyways, that means we could actually rummage and expect. Yeah, that's the thing that kind of sucks with this game. You could bypass it without thinking. And the funny thing was that was free. I didn't need to spend a single automation wire. It was entirely free. I just needed to have the technology so that I could click on this and potentially connect everything. Oh, I usually just start... Yeah, you could take the pliers, right? And just do this. But it's like, if you know the automation rules, green supersedes red in every situation. So you just connect any green signal and everything opens. Got to have the pro strats. Pro strats. Alright, boys. It's time to shoot them down. Wait, did I not connect? Oh, that's not connected. Take them out, boys. Bump this up. We're gonna manually deliver. I don't think we're gonna have enough metal to run the or no, we could probably do it. It'll just take some time. What's the max I could hold here? Because it says here 200. There's no chance it actually holds 200 individual blast shots, does it? Because they better carry all of them at the same time and go, you know, add them in. 5 at a time, okay. Alright, let's bump this to a 9. Alright, so this is not going to move, I don't think. Ooh, there it is. Hey! Oh, it takes time. You actually see the blast shots on the tile. That's kind of cool. I think I'm gonna have a hard time in this mode. I like taking my time. Like if I'm Psycho 200, having pierce space. I feel you with that. I wish they had this as a optional event on every playthrough as a response to breaching the tear. That's what I would have done if I was a developer. Like having this initially have the impact on the planet makes sense. But make it also so that every other planet gets the meteor, right? So if I start on Terrania, right? Terra start, and we have the algae and stuff, we want to take our time, that's fine. But the moment we breach the Great Escape, we could get the meteor to spawn at the tear and it would come normally. That would be a nice addition. What percentage of players actually reach the tear? That's a good point, I guess. But I think having that as an option is so good because you get to do the meteor event on other planetary starts. You know? Would it need to be a faster impact time since opening a tear is mid to late game? Yes. I would want it to be 10 cycles, which is what the lab is, right? That way, you know, you could already be prepared with everything already loaded up, right? And then you could go through the tear and then boom, you're shooting. popping bottles in the ice like a blizzard. Yeah, we're gonna play the lab map at some point. I see a Xenosci. No names left. Oh man, dude, your name, no names left, reminded me of my childhood. Back in the days when I was of an adolescence in elementary school, the internet came out. And one of the popular things to do on the internet at the time was this website called Neopets. For whatever reason, me and my friend were trying to make a new account. We could not get a username for like hours. I mean, you gotta understand, we were little kids, so our vocabulary was kind of limited. But we tried to get every name possible. So our thing was we didn't want to add numbers at the end. So we ended up, you know, all the cool names. And then at some point, we tried weird phrases like I give up. And then it's like, I give up is taken. You could use I give up 42069. I was like, oh, dude, okay, no numbers. We got to get a new name. And then it's like, I've been trying for 3 hours. That's also taken. I was like, dude, what the hell is going on? And we, oh my God. I forgot what name we did. I think we ended up doing the XX, you know, Secret Asian Man, XX. And then that was the beginning of the AIM usernames. Right? Y'all remember if you grew up in the 90s, man. You guys have AOL instant messaging. We got the Leet Speak names, XX, 320, Sniper X, 180 headshot, you know what I'm saying? Back in the days, man. Yeah, having the tear as a trigger would be nice, right? It would be a nice option. You haven't reached it on the 1500 hours. I mean, you could just play on this planet then and just get the normal experience. YCK. Right? Like what I'm saying is an alternative. So that you could get the experience on a non-Demolier planet, you know. That way you could get the Meteor on all playthroughs. The lab maps do the, yep. That's basically how my name came about. No names left without a number was already taken. Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. I don't understand how, like, if I was a kid right now and I had to make a Steam username, it would be impossible, dude. I can't even imagine, like, Steam and Discord. There's so many people that probably use that. That's like, no, this is taken. This is taken. Like, I remember, I think it was World of Warcraft. Dude, I didn't know this until my friend started telling me he was selling WoW accounts. He's like, yeah, anytime a new server opens up, I make a orc warrior and I call him warrior. I make a undead priest and I call that guy priest or priestess. And it's like, when you have that name, everybody wants it. So it's like he's logging in and he's trying to grab like those generic names and then he tries to sell the account. Like, it's insane, man. Like, there's a market for stuff like that. I can't believe it. Will there be more after destroying the first one? I'm not sure. I haven't played past shooting it down, so I want to say no. I've heard some people already say that you can't get both achievements because there's an achievement for surviving the impact and there's one for shooting it down. You got to understand, this was pre-Leroy Jenkins because YouTube wasn't like that big yet. Like, the #1 video on YouTube was The World of Dance. Only the OGs know what I'm talking about. You got some Napoleon Dynamite looking like motherfucker doing like every dance from the 80s to 90s to 2000s. And that was the #1 video, dude. If y'all know what I'm talking about, y'all is an OG. Shout out to y'all. But that's an OG video, man. This is young YouTube, before ads, before content creators. I believe there are already modded starts with that asteroid. I think I saw one on Flip. Oh, that's nice. That's actually nice, Aquatic. That's good to know. That means the mod makers got similar ideas. I just don't think reaching Terra is a good breakpoint. Yeah, I guess. I just feel like for the advanced players, it would be a nice little thing to have. Even trying French names, most of them are taken. Yo, man, the French have internet too? Wait, what? Of course, names are going to be taken in French. The French have internet too. It's not possible to trigger the meteor and other starts with maybe those world generation mods at least. Try. It even controls impact time. I'm not sure. I mean, I would imagine some mod maker is trying to make it work. I just don't know if it's like it's within like, you know, the first 2 weeks, right? Are they really going to be able to get that in time? All right, so I've only had 3 shots. Yeah, I'm at 98 right now. I've only had 3 shots. Why is this so tough? No, the real #1 was a Star Wars kid. Which one was a Star Wars kid? Which one is that one? I'm trying to think of that right now. Star Wars kid. Is everyone sleeping? Or can they not because they don't have enough suits? Oh, man. The dance with the stick. Oh, I don't remember that one. I'm starting to think I might need to run a rail here. It's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. We should try running it. I have none inside. I'm thinking it's because they're sleeping, but I'm not sure. But yeah, no one's delivering. You know what I kind of want? You know what I kind of want to have happen? They should have made it so that on the lab map, the impact was the entire planet. Dude, that would have been great. And then the goal is you have to launch a rocket and then land on the meteor. And then you live on the meteor. Holy shit. That would have been amazing. They have a lab map that's basically this scenario, but on steroids. I don't want to really spoil it if you don't know yet. But if you really want to know, I could tell you what happens. Dude, that would have been tight. But it's crashing and there's no water on the meteor. You don't know that. There could be kind of like Mars, water underground. Kappa. Hey man, there's gonna be some water on the ground, man. Just saying. Just the generation of the lab that's WoW combined with the impact effects. I see. Alright, so we want construction here to be high. Just because it feels slow. No pending deliveries. What if I click unclick? And it's good. Okay, so it was a weird setup where we just have to click unclick so that we get the delivery starting to happen. Alright, we've only had 3 shots so far. So this does glitch out, which is kind of unfortunate. I probably want to reduce the amount of jobs we have up here. Yeah. Shots at a time. Nice, nice. One, two, three. I mean, I'm still gonna want to build the rail, maybe? It's probably gonna be better with it. That way I don't have to think about it. Alright, this does mean I gotta run this. This is already on the heavy watt wire, so we just gotta connect that. Oh, there's a problem here. Oh no, bro. Technically, I guess this works. We move the tile to here. Bump that up to a 7. All right, doing some damage. Boom. Nice, nice. HP bars. Let the dupes work, let the dupes work. Okay, so we got to do this. This is going to go down low enough so there's no problems. We're going to want that. And then we're going to want to run a bridge here. We're going to connect that, connect this. That should be fine. We will have to turn off a lot of the other stuff, though. All right, so we're not going to burn the peat. We're not going to run the meta refinery. Let that go on a break for a little bit. Nice. It's taking hits. Half of this is done, but the second half is up top. It's kind of tough. We don't have enough suits to pull that off, right? Would you guys in this game want a singular checkpoint for mixed versions of oxygen, mask, and suits? You know what I'm saying? Like, make it so that one checkpoint works for everything that's touching, right? So you can put the oxygen mask in, like, daisy chain, right? Instead of having multiple checkpoints. Would that really be that bad, though? Of a headache? Really? What would be the benefit? Let's say that you want to transition. They already self-sort. No, you have to have a setup, though, because you got to run a mirrored setup. Otherwise, it doesn't work the way you need it to. Right? Because you have to have these face the other way. Because when you normally do it like this, and then you have like that, when they walk here, they take off the oxygen mask, put it on the ground, and then put the suit on? So that means the oxygen mask becomes a dead end because no new dupes could go through? Or am I wrong with that? More so I'm thinking is that if you have that combination and you don't have the resource for the suits, you could just have it so that the oxygen mask could be something they could use as an option. They have to go out on different levels. I see what you're saying. I guess that's not really self-sort though. That's not what sometimes I only let O2 mask because they can't breathe out CO2. Oh, yeah. I mean, still, I would like to have the option. I don't know how that would be like a problem, because in your situation you just keep using your build like that because of how you want to have the boops with the mask only. Just don't build the... No. In a situation where I need more manpower here, but I don't have the fibers to make Atmos suits, or the suits break, and then I don't have anything to repair it, right? I could at least have an oxygen setup. And then transitionary in the beginning. Upgrading wouldn't be as bad. Because then it's like you would still have the oxygen mask there. Oh my god, there is a prediction, huh? Oh my god, I completely forgot. People of chat, did we do a prediction? We did. Hey! I think I have this. Yep, I have 3 of them. Ah, shit. Feels bad. Alright, people of chat. Wow. Number 3 wins. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's dying? Who's dying? Oh, no, bro. Does he make it? He has every debuff in the book. Oh, he's alive. He's good. He's good. He's good. Ooh, we almost didn't make it, man. That cold water is deadly, man. It really is. That cold water, dude. Not the business. Alright, let's dig through that. If I have the space, I will do suits on 1 level and mouse on a 2nd, then control with door access. I mean, I wouldn't want dupes going into a place I set up suits for and increase the manpower, but due to statuses though, I guess it could be an emergency thing if the area is unbeatable and needs rescue. Maybe they could add a way to select between suits and mask on the dock. That would probably be the nicest way to do it. Though the problem with that is they don't use the same material, right? In order to do an Atmos suit dock, you need to use refined metal. But that's a good idea. Make it so that the base dock doesn't have to have refined metal either. That would be not bad. Damn, so I'm the only one that thinks, like, it wouldn't be a bad idea? Dude, everyone's going down here, dude. Y'all need to stop. Feels bad. Hey, there we go. No one's stuck down here, right? Very nice. Time to spill the water. 1,000 divided by 8. That's what? 120? That's still not enough? Oh, no way. That's still not enough freaking salt water. Feels bad. Alright, hopefully we'll just spill in, add enough so that the Pacus are going to be fine. Alright, we're almost ready. It seems like the blast shot, the Meteor blaster glitches out after 3 shots. That's weird. This breaks after 3 shots. Alright, we're gonna do a hard reset. So we have 4 right now, right? I have an update. Oh shit, give me a sec, y'all. All right, going in, going in. No one uses lead suit, man. Come on. OBS, there we go. All right, we're getting deliveries. 3 more things for that. This is set up. We do this connection, that connection, and then technically we don't need to do this. No, diving suit, I would imagine, works like jetpack, but underwater. So the idea is if you land on the water planet, you could just swim to the bottom, swim to the top without ladders. That's the logic with diving. Because it's like, one of the things about this game is that you can't really do anything in the liquids. You kind of just fall like a log, you know, so to speak. So the concept would be something along the lines of, like, you know, yeah. Gotta push that out. Dangerous. I don't think they're gonna add anything that requires armor, like proper armor. They seem very much like against combat with when it came to Oni. I feel like if you solve the waterproofness of boops, they would get like, man, like that's a big buff for them. I think for the reasoning that if you make them waterproof in any way, shape, or form, the boops get like a pretty good boost. I feel like they're never gonna add that for that reasoning. I wonder if jet suits allow doing that. It's weird. It's possible, but I'm not actually sure. The problem with jet suits is that if you're flying underwater and you run out of fuel, you just sink to the bottom. And then you're stuck. At that point, it's like, man, okay, this kind of sucks. That's always been the problem with fuel, though, right? With jet fuel. Like, you would use it to sweep items off to the ledge of the neutronium, or, you know, make sure you know, get the stuff out. But it's like, there's a good chance that you could just run out of fuel when you're stuck up there and you have no way of saving them. That's, for the most part, I believe, like, the biggest fear, right? Underwater expansion pack, aquatic dupes. Dude, what if I told you this is the last DLC that we're ever gonna get? Oh, this is brine? That's not saltwater. And then we're gonna be moving on to away team. What if I told you that's how it's gonna go down? I want the salt water right there. The CO2 is kind of garbage, though. It can, but it looks like it's a single-player game. So like you getting the aquatic suits would make a lot of sense. It doesn't really feel like it's gonna be like, who knows? There were aquatic dudes a long time ago. They were so slow. They weren't slow underwater, and don't tell us it's the last DLC, please. I was just memeing, dude. I said that because of the trailers for Away Team. I was just memeing, man. I was just memeing. I'm tired of restarting every time. Hey, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, so I am gonna want to spill some water from here. Oh, I guess we could do it like that. Okay, so ladder, dig, and then we want to dig these two. And then we want to put a pitcher pump here. And then afterwards, we could probably bop this. Let's do single tile here, and we should be fine. What if we get a proper airlock in the underwater expansion that separates fluids and air? I feel like that's too much of an opportunity to force the players to make a solution that they wouldn't want to do that. I'm not sure though, but I feel like that would make sense. Like we could give them an answer, but wouldn't it be more fun for the player if they had to solve it? I don't know. It'd be a little bit more advanced. All right, so this is glitching out after every 3 deliveries for some reason. We're just gonna lock the door. And then we're going to allow blast shot. Oh, this is gonna pick up all of it at the same time. Oh no. Damn. 5. So each one is 200 kilograms. Okay, that's why it says 200 kg here. All right, 890. Let's go, let's go. Are these actually gonna shoot? Is what I'm worried about. Hey, let's go. Imagine somebody would need to add an exception to already exist spaghetti engine. Dude, that'd be tough. It is a spaghetti engine, not gonna lie. Luddite operator, that's tough. Pinch of pepper nuts. 218, okay. Let's mop this up. Unfortunately, we actually need to add salt water there still. This is about ready. We need to build this. Let's decon some tiles. We'll likely have to just get rid of this. And then try to do something there. So I'm thinking about buying a PC not only for gaming, but for some other stuff. Is there any good improvements on the game lately concerning late game? So there's one thing I haven't tried yet that I have been told I need to try. There is, I think, a developer of the game made a mod called Fast Track. I actually never used it, but I was told that if you run Fast Track with the Ryzen X3D series and you run both, the end game is not that bad. I haven't tested it though. I've only been told that for the recent DLC update. So I need to test this, right? But I've heard they've added some. But you do need to run fast track. Now, of course, that's what they said. I need to test it, right? Fast track is awesome. Maybe have 1,000+ cycle colony. Yeah, so a lot of people are giving it its props. So I'm thinking it's, you know, it's viable. I just don't know how effective it actually is, right? All right, we're just spilling some salt water. Gonna spill down here, and then we're gonna be able to pitcher pump it. Oh my god. This bubble of CO2 is a menace. Crush it, boys. Oh, it pushed up. 40 grams, and then it's do the chlorine. It's a lot of water. All right, it's getting melted, boys. Let's go. We're making progress finally. We're actually gonna do it. Let's go, let's go. Don't worry. There's not enough water to break anything. There is not enough water to break anything. So we might get the crushing mechanic here. Yep, okay, so we just push down and then populated. And then all the water is going to stop flowing. We're going to be fine. Always lucky. They call that streamer luck, I believe, as the kids like to say. Oh, look at my shots. Backing up. Pop, pop. Oh my god. Oh, damn. We just had like 30 explode at a time. I like how that flashes red. Dude, you know what they should do? They should have visuals on the background of the little missiles hitting the meteor. Like in this background right here. That'd be cool, dude. Like it's moving in. That might be too much for the engine, though. I'm gonna be real. The engine might blow up by the time. Game's gonna lag even more, dude. The distant poofs, yeah, man. They put all the budget in the impact zone animation. Still 10 to 40 FPS on 3K cycle colony. Oh, feels bad, YCK. You have all planets revealed? Like Wily Coyote crashing? That wouldn't be bad. Shout out to Wily Coyote. Dude, it's so messed up. Wily Coyote never talked in the cartoons, so I never knew his name. I knew the Roadrunner, but I didn't know that Wily Coyote was called Wily Coyote for the longest time. You're running 500 critters, there's no saving that, man. The shine bugs are always gonna lag you out. I know you're not using shine bugs, but you know. Think be like it is, but it do. All right, we still need more salt water here. They appear in the title cards. Yo, man, I was a kid. I didn't know how to read. I was a child, man. Big red glowing weak spot. We gotta aim for that. Nice. Would you restart to see what happens? Probably not. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I will. Because we're going to see what happens when we do the lab playthrough, right? People of chat. Do you guys think we should start over on the lab on Thursday? Not Friday, I mean. Because it's like, we know what's going to happen. You know what we could do? We could pause this playthrough, then play on the lab map on Friday. And then we could see what happens. And then if we fail, we go back to this save. Right? So we would get the achievement. We should be able to shoot this down right now. And then, so we pause this colony, and then we do lab on Friday. We could probably do something like that. That could be the plan. Dude, the gas flows out so much better now. It flows out so much better. You shot it down at 199? Dude, I got slime molds though. Like, I got the easy way out. I didn't have to do any of the seacomb ranching. Like, I'm still trying to get my Pacu ranch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have to do any of those extra steps. I'm gonna be real. Gotta tell it as it is, man. We didn't do anything special, technically. We just got lucky with the mold. All right, 170. All right, people of chat, should I be on this or should I be on that? Star map or overworld? We're getting close, right? Should I be on the star map or overworld? No clue. Anyone in chat, man, have any advice for that? I don't know which one's going to be the cooler scene. I don't know what happens. So I don't know if there's something that happens in this view or if there's anything that happens in this view. So I'm asking whether or not there's like one or the other. Say overworld, okay. All right, so 10 shots. We actually have all the shots done. Stick to overworld. All right, cool. Oh, we just had an autosave, so we should be fine. It's the final countdown. Mamba, I'm sorry, baby. We're gonna have to put you away. Eight. Seven. Six. Five. Four. Come on. Three. Hello? Two. Come on. One. It's almost time, boys. Get ready. We gotta play Darude Sandstorm. We gotta get that on the drop. Hey, Happy New Year! Wait, nothing happens? What's this? Oh, UI. And it zooms in. What? Oh, man's crying. We've blasted the Demolier into oblivion. My colony is safe now. Among the impactor's remains, I've identified several useful resources as well as a small familiar object. How did such a thing find its way onto an uninhabited asteroid? I'd always imagined and hoped that other worlds existed, and perhaps they do. And we are more alike than I have ever imagined. There is so much more we have yet to discover. I'm in! Oh, we're going through all the stuff. I'm in. We did it, boys. Oh my god. Oh, we got hit by the ad. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. We got a stereoscope. Oh my god, I had one of these as a kid. But it was a singular one. I think we call that a kaleidoscope. Maybe a stereoscope, something else. You see like a specific imagery. Not bad, boys. Not bad. This is almost done. Well, actually, saltwater stacks up to 11. So what's the value there? 400? Yeah, I think we need to do like 387.5 for the 35% rule. Yeah, we should probably bump this up 400. Shows pictures on a reel. I see. They had pictures on a disc that rotated. I gotcha. I see, I see. I think I've seen that in Fallout. Did we check space? Oh, shit. Wait, so... Iridium. Is this new? We playing Stardew Valley? What the hell is this? 2445. What the hell is iridium? Metal ore, refined metal, generic buildable, solid. So this is thermium. Right? I do have some. Okay, that's not bad. It's hot. We can let that kind of chill outside for a second. Wow. Paper thin stats. What the hell? No, this is... Metals in general very much all have low SHC. It's conductivity that's a lot of the times what you use metals for. They're reactive. So that makes sense. 0.13. What's 0.449. Okay, so it's lead, gold, copper. That's all around the same SXC value. Okay. That's not bad. So cooling it down is pretty easy then. Oh, I was gonna say, do these just not do anything? Wow. Liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, molten iridium, magma. That's really weird. All right, man. We got a couple of points of interest we got to check out at some point. All right, so there's some late game resources I haven't even considered. Iridium is actually kind of wild. Yeah, that's really interesting. So they give you end game access in terms of resources. And it's like, it feels like you would have enough. Dude, that means diamonds are more valuable now. Diamonds are way more valuable. Because you're going to need that to drill cone. Wow. That's interesting. I did not realize they did that. Oh, this guy grew up into an adult next to the door, and I guess he spawned into it. That sucks. Yeah. This lum guy feels bad. All right, let me get another bottle. Nice, we're good. This should be ready. Should be able to seal that up now. Simple way to avoid late game optimization. Give the player in-game resources right before they make it in-game before a cycle 1,000. I feel like the main reason why you would want that is so that the players that can't reliably get to those end-game resources just have a way now to get it. Which is a lot of times... another reason why people avoid hydrogen engine. You need so many things just to make it, and it's not even necessary for beating the game. Like, you don't need this rocket, right? This is very much, if you really want to make it, you could make it. But you could beat the game with a rad bolt engine. You could beat the game with a petroleum engine. Like, you don't really need this. So because of that, now that we have like an access right here, that's really nice. Even though it's not a lot, 6%. You get iridium along with that, man. The amount of times I want to make an aqua tuner based petrol boiler makes me want to skip petrol boilers even with magma options. Yeah, honestly, I don't use more than steam. Like, steam is just because how prevalent water is. Like, you're gonna always need to have water. Your dupes pee and generate more water. It's like, it's a win-win, you know? If you use water for the rocket fuel, it just feels like a win-win. I'm a fan of steam. I won't change your mind. I have to sit here and agree with you. So, yo, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yo, man, steam is nice. Steam is nice. Oh, this got hit. Okay, not bad. All right, people of chat, this is gonna be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. So Friday, when we pick up Oni again, because tomorrow, Wednesday, we're gonna be doing some mini games. And then on Thursday, we're gonna be playing Expedition 33 again. On Friday, we will be checking out the lab map. I am totally gonna shoot down the Meteor in time, because I got the speedrun strats. And they better give me an achievement for shooting it down on the lab. Now, honestly, I don't think I will shoot it down on the lab. We'll see. It took us a long time to even get the meta refinery tech. Like, isn't steel speedrun like 8 cycles? Given the fastest situation, it's like 8 cycles to get up a meta refinery. Because you have to tech. Right? You have to grab supercomputer and then you have to tech up for it. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's not shootable. I believe you, Flynn. Thank you, Havoc. Thank you, thank you. We will do our best, but of course, guys, it is going to be time. So we're not going to end this playthrough. What we're going to do is we're going to pause this, and then we're going to play the lab. And then if we fail the lab or if we beat the lab, we'll come back to this playthrough. Right? So that's going to be the plan. But of course, y'all know what it is. It is time to get that saving.